All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right, uh, okay. All right. I was just checking to do some confirmation to see if Cinder was actually, if Cinder was, if Cinder, I was just looking if Cinder actually did give up her gamer subs part. If Cinder did actually give up her part ownership of gamer sub, and from everything I could see and tell, she did. I looked at a couple websites with current ownership of gamer subs, and I could not see Cinder on. Shy Lily was on there. Well, Cinder Shy Lily is part owner of gamer subs. I found that out just now. All right. Well, let me swap to. Anyway, I want to thank you. I want to thank anyone who is here. We will be continuing the reading of Cinder's Cinder's Google Doc. I I have it right where I left off yesterday, and I made sure everything was in place so that way I didn't have to go. And I do have a couple other things popped up just in case. Hold on. Let me check something. Paste. Paste. Let's check this. Uh, I know. I didn't plan on to until I saw Cinder's apology. While I wasn't hurt to the extent of others were, it's clear now that. Okay, these. Oh, God, I wanted to. Okay, here we are. Cinder revealed themselves at the well. And what is this? Moreover, proposed analyst. Let's see here. I remember playing before with you in here in red chat away next to you before you first viewed like 4 years ago. You told me, oh, oh, okay, yeah, that. All right, let's continue with the Google Doc, shall we? All right, all right. Now we are starting off. Like I said, we are starting off exactly where we left off yesterday. This dates 9/29/2024. About 2 months after canceling Bao's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her projects. She brought up the possibility of some kind of exclusivity deal to Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Cinder stuff. Okay, this is what I said about Nano accepting my projects in the apology. Every time I had been told that Nano had agreed to work in new commissions with me, it had been willingly and with excitement from my point of view. It was that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. Yeah, I remember that part of the apology. The first one, anyway. This was followed by her canceling a long list of model projects herself for a bunch of different VTubers after filling up her wait list with more projects than she could reasonably take on again. Of her own volition, Nano canceled a large portion of her model commissions last September. This entire conversation was left out of Nano's document, and all of the blame for these model cancellations was put on me and Red. If you were one of the 6 VTubers who had a project with Nano canceled around this time, this was what happened. Once again, I had no involvement in these conversations and was only told about what happened afterward. All right. Nano, are you free tomorrow? Monday, September 3rd, 2024, 5 p.m.? Sure. Okay. As for GS labels, red, red? Yes. And hypothetically, if I accept to be paid to cancel every commission that's not on Cinder related, would you pay it? Huh? I don't understand. Gee. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're okay. They start off with asking Nano if Nano is free, and then Nano says sure, time and date. Okay, he says okay, and then she talks about a commercial, and then she asks if Red is there. He says yes, and and then right here, hypothetically, if I accept to be paid to cancel every commission that's not Cinder related, would you pay it? She is directly asking this. Red did not bring it up. Cinder did not bring it up. Nano is. What I am guessing happened here is she was stupid enough to overload herself with work and not finish what she already had working on. And she got so overloaded with work, she decided, you know what, I'm going to cancel them. But instead of owning up to her own mistakes and trying to get stuff done and talking with the artists, she decided to just cancel them and try to get paid from Red and Cinder. And then afterward, blame them for it. Dear Lord. And then Red says, huh? I don't understand. I'm freaking out with my comms, and I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. I'm dying inside. I want to do my own shit too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask such a weird question. It's okay. No, it's okay. I just don't know what you mean. Do you mean you cancel your current commissions that aren't Cinders and then we pay you for? Like, we'll pay you for work you do for us, and if you don't want more to do, replace your other commissions. We can do that. Exclusivity. Holy oh, she's the one that brings up exclusivity. I mean, it depends on how you're thinking about it. And Red is obviously by the messages and the context here. Red is obviously confused. I mean, it depends on how you're thinking about it. I don't know. I'm just thinking loud. Okay, is she indecisive or what? We're never paid. We're never paid someone an exclusivity fee before. Yeah, Red is even. Yeah, he's showing he is clearly confused by this. Like, how much? How long does it last? Is it multiple times? But if you want, hold on. Red. Nano told me she's freaking out with her commissions because she's accepting too many and just wants to do Cinder stuff, plus her own things, exactly like she's telling me for months. What happened with Bao's model? Was it a precursor to this? She's the first one to suggest the possibility of exclusivity to me, showing she had interest in making exclusivity with deal with Cinder as far as back as September 2024. But if you want to do Cinder stuff with us, we can just keep giving you new projects we'll pay for. An exclusivity fee to me sounds like you're pre-ordering a bunch of work from you, then you don't work with anyone else. Yeah, I might just stick with a few clients. If you're worried about a lack of work from canceling things, we'll just give you more to do. New commissions are exciting, but I'm so tired. Maybe. That's my fear. if you want to think over more what you're looking for, we can talk about it. By this, did you mean for us to pay you to cancel the project? Yeah, just a silly thought. I mean, how many projects are there? If you're if you were to cancel these projects, we'll probably just pay you for other things to do instead, but not like just pay for you to cancel them, unless it was silver. Of course, Red is probably most likely joking, or half joking. I was open to the idea of exclusivity, but the details need to be figured out. If Nano chose to keep working with us, we'd always have something for her to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, she suggested we pay for her to cancel 6 other VTubers. Yeah, 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 newcomers, hold on, is it up here? Exclusivity. Yeah, she's asking right there. Right there. Right there. Except that we pay. Well, it's open to the idea of exclusivity, but the details need to be figured out. If Nano chose to keep working with us, we'd always have something for her to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, she suggested we pay for her to cancel on 6 other VTubers. I wasn't going to pay Nano just to cancel other projects, except Silverale, who I set as a joke. But if she chose to cancel them herself, we'd help replace the income with our own stuff, which that's honestly fair if Nano really wanted to cancel other things and she still needed work. Of course, Red and Cinder was going to replace that work so that way she had income coming in. But the fact that Nano lied and tried to put both of them under the bus, well, basically Nano threw both of them under the bus, tried to ruin their lives. For what, I don't know yet. They'll probably give evidence for that and explanation down later on. I chose to leave the list of names uncensored here so these people know exactly how and why their models were canceled, since it was falsely blamed on me and Red. That is very fair. Unless it was Silver. That was before. Fair, honestly. Blah, blah, blah. I think I'll just freak out and cancel all my shit. How much do you have besides our stuff? Cinder is who's mostly uses my work. Okady, Mousy, Giga, Mousy again, Zen, Fufu, Megalod. She canceled Giga. Yeah, I remember Giga complaining about this. Mousy as well. Okay, she had 2. Zen, I don't recall Zen complaining about it. He or she, I can never tell with that VTuber with the whole voice modulator thing and everything. Fufu, okay, didn't know about that one. And Megalodon, you canceled. That's right, Megalodon had said something about it and she was really upset, and Megalodon had to redo everything. Oh, how much did you want us to pay to cancel everything? Besides, they are fairly enough far to don't screw with any of my plans, so I'm pretty sure it's okay to cancel all of them. D- Nano, you're taking in work that people are paying you for. I do. Can cancel, but I think she's gonna get pretty upset. To be honest, I think if you were to just focus on Cinder and your own content, plus just drawing art again for Twitter or Patreon would be good. That's my dream. You started a business and now you realize that you're taking on too much. Nano, what are you doing? I just don't know if you'd be making the same money doing all these model commissions. I miss doing illustrations. Red brings up a concern of his. He's worried that he knows that Nano is trying to buy a house. He's mentioned that several times. And again, he is saying he's worried she won't make the same amount of money without all the model commissions. I miss doing illustrations. I can always cry on for extra cash, I guess. What? Like, we'll give you all the work we can. Oh no, I don't mean to monopolize Cinder. Well, there are so many good artists too. Why did you? Then why did you bring up exclusivity, Nano? Why? No, that's not what I meant. But we still try to give you all the work we can, plan, afford, like. Yes, we'll still work with other artists on things. This is hard to explain. For instance, we won't just do models and starting screen artwork. We can do more art or other things, merch, art, gamer subs work, obviously. Don't worry, I get it. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll keep the gamer sub stuff too. You could make the Cinder Dojin. I forgot that was a thing. So let's see. The only one on the list you started already. Just, but just did the sketch and didn't even decide it yet. But she's been calling me mom publicly already. So what do you want to work on? Okay, so what do you want to work on? I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. You you took these commissions. You took these people's money. They paid for things, Nano. You can't just be scatterbrained like this and cancel people's shit out of the blue, and then when you get backlash for it, you can't well, obviously she didn't get backlash for it at the time, but seriously, you were probably afraid that you were going to get dogpiled, and I'm guessing you decided to throw the two people who were closest to you under the bus. I'm guessing that was happened, and you got shyly in on it. I asked Nana what she wanted to work on, and then she decided to cancel everything herself. Yeah, right there, right there. Oh, this is beyond frustrating. Gotta put. I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. Gotta put myself at first. At first, people say, Red, should I can't say yes or no. I'll do it. I just need a voice. Um, Red is. She's asking for permission. Nana, what are you doing? Won't blame you for anything. You did. You obviously did. Yeah, but I'll have to live with that. Fuck, okay, I will. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. Red is actively trying to keep Nano from canceling all her projects. That's my own response, not yours. And she's. You don't say what I gotta do. I'm a free woman. Nano. In a perfect world, what would you be working on, Nano? Side note, collab tomorrow, waiting to hear from, but everyone else is down. Okay, I'm free. I canceled so many stuff. What did you cancel? I was gonna say you should at least keep because that's good advertising for you. The rest could go. No, I'm so done for now. I've been thinking about this for a long time. You. This hurts my. You. You lying little snake in the grass. Did you cancel this whole list? I'm doomed. I love it. What? Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Yeah, hold on. Nano canceled everything because she accepted too much, saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time, like she told me 2 months ago, earlier leading up to canceling with Bao. Right here. We read her. I read yesterday, well, last night or yesterday or whatever. What? Shit. What? Ah. Oh, hold on. Nano asked me. Hold on, let me check that picture where I was. Oh, jeez, I just. In 2020. And Nano told me she's freaking out with commissions because she accepted too many. Okay, okay. I'm not too far from where I was. Okay. Focusing on general content. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that's my. Okay. Thank God. Okay, here I was. Nano canceled everything because she accepted too much, saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time, like she told me 2 months ago, early leading up to canceling with Bao. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. Right there. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Right there. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yep. Right there. Did you cancel this whole list? Yep. Okay, well, are you gonna cancel our plans now? Bye bye. Okay, bye. Uh, who is. Okay, that is just all cinder stuff. Nanolist. I feel so light. Is this still okay? Yes. Nana was more than able to make her own business decisions and cancel projects herself, just like in November of 2023, all without me allegedly manipulating her. In her own TOS, Nano states that she can cancel anything she's already agreed to or started on at any time for any reason. She still lied that all these cancellations were all because of us. TOS analyst, comms closed for undetermined time. Okay, this is her thing. Yeah, from everything I've read yesterday and now, there was no manipulation from Red whatsoever. Neither Cinder. Let's continue. Client. By commissioning me, you are purchasing my service as an artist only. I reserve the right to post your finished artwork in my galley for any reason. I reserve the right to decline any projects or client for any reason. I reserve the right to refund you and the full amount paid if no longer wish to work on your project for any reason. I'm sorry, which I've had my own modeling problems. Don't even model or artist problems. Don't even get me started with that. This right here, if I were to see this, I would not feel comfortable with hiring this person because I'm paying you to work on a model, and you say you can cancel it at any time, even if you don't feel like it. Now, granted, at least she is returning the money, but still, why on God's green earth would anyone hire you, not Nano? This whole thing right here just screams undecisive nature. A month after my one-on-one collab with Nano, I plan to collab with her, my model rigger, and two of my model sisters. Yes, I remember hearing about this. I was never able to watch this because I was busy at work, but I still vaguely remember this. My Mall sisters were my friends, and not just the ones shown here. The claims that I tried to sabotage them or had anything against them or any of my friends due to working with Nano or having her art is blatantly untrue. In my apology, I said Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her VTuber children uniquely, so I was never upset seeing new model siblings. In my case, I was there cheering them on at their debuts. And looking to collab with them as sisters when I could. Here are another two collabs I planned with my two model sisters above the fact that we both had nano models was celebrated between us. Yes, I remember the collab with Buff Pup. During that whole collab, I got some off vibes with Buff, and I tried watching some of her stuff, and she was very off putting for me. and I I really don't know a whole lot. I don't know a whole lot about Buff, but she always gave me rubbed me the wrong way. Cinder and Yoshi draw One Piece characters from memory. I remember this one. This was a cute video, and I didn't real. I never. I got no. I don't have any opinions on Yoshi. I didn't get any bad vibes from her, and all I saw was a cute collab with, of course, being a big fan of Cinder myself. Yeah, I don't have any problem with her, and so far as I've been tell, I could be wrong, but I don't recall Yoshi saying anything or putting out a dog herself. I could be wrong. That could be one of the ones I missed, but that's neither here nor there. Here are my conversations with each of them about their new models. With Nano, I left these conversations uncensored. All right, uncensored. Hi, Buff. Nano's model is looking so good. I can't wait to see it rigged. And I'm so excited. She said she was working on yours earlier, so siblings. Oh yeah, she made the art for my current model too. She's so nice to work with. I'm so happy to see more from her. Ah, cute. I'm excited to see more from her too. She has been a pleasure. Did you have a date planned for the debut yet? Not yet. I'm thinking late July, August, but depends on when things get done. Same. I'm aiming for mine to be mid late July, but I'm doing a lot of traveling before that. So I'm rushing to get things ready right now. You got this. I'll let you know what day it is so we make sure we aren't on the top of each other when I know, but honestly, it's looking more August for me. Likewise, I've heard of a lot of potential July debuts, so maybe August is a good choice. I'd also love to plan something fun after we're done being busy with debut stuff and we can show off our models together. OMG, yes, that would be so cute. Nano Sisters. Can't wait to see everything your model can do at your debut. OMG, thank you. I can't wait to see yours too. Did she stream yours or it's top secret, but there's a teaser? I remember when Sinner's 2.0 model got debuted. That model looks really good. There is a massive difference between her first model and 2.0. Okay, here's Yorkie. Bless you, girlie. Thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate you so much. These are some really good ideas. You're literally fueling my brain right now. I'm going to see what I can do, and hopefully I can do cute artsy shorts maybe. Maybe with a re-debut, I'll be lucky and have someone reaching out to me too. The markers and clips are such a good idea. Why did I never think of that? You literally giving me creative consultant for free right now. I I PayPal you later. Although I can pay you in spoilers instead maybe. I will be your sister. Nano baby, even more hype. But for real, we gotta look out for each other. This job is tough, man. I'm just happy to help if I can, even if I can. And if you ever want to just chill out and vibe again, I'm always down, baby. I love sharing my knowledge. It is still, it is. I'll be your baby sister. Okay. I mean, there's no tension or anything. I love her. I'm so hyped. Thank you. You're so damn sweet. I'm always down to chill, and I'm here to help as well with anything. Blah blah blah. Thank you. I'm so hyped. I'm gonna be so different from what I look like right now. I hope people will like it. But I've been playing around with it, and the rigging is so good. I just honestly, I'm so happy she accepted me in the first place. The model has been in the works since September last year. I hope I can debut it on birthday in April. I'm baby. Excuse me. Some of the wording is odd. Wait, we're like full. Okay. Girl, everyone's gonna go feral for this. I'm barking already. That's so soon. Oh, okay. That's Cinder and Yorchi messing and joking around with each other. Yes, that's 100% full blood. Okay. Thank you for Thank you. I'm so happy. Honestly, this is going to be my first new model since my debut back in 2021. I know how long and hard you've been working on this. I'm so happy it's finally coming together. What day is your birthday? So I clear that day in my calendar in case it's a big debut day. Thank you. I've been working hard. And have something else instead of a lore video. I'm doing so much behind the scenes and I'm losing all my hair. So I'm hoping it will be worth it. It's on the 19th of April. Thank you for your support, girl. I love you. Hell yeah. You got this. More music, perhaps? You're literally the sweetest, and I love seeing my friend succeed and happy to do cool stuff. Perhaps. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you so much for saying this. You deserve the world, honestly. I'll be your hype gal any day. I've been waiting to reach out more often since I feel like sometimes we get so focused on this job, everything can seem like networking or work, and it's hard just to have normal friend conversations sometimes. So I'd love to start getting to know you better. I totally get that, honestly. I don't have many people I talk to on a regular basis. It would be nice to have that change. I hope you are doing well, though otherwise, as a streamer, it's hard to find other things to focus on when you live for content creation. I'm the same way. I'm hoping that helps to feel less overwhelmed, a bit crisis about everything this last week. I'm about feeling a lot better. Okay, so you're okay. Okay, so yeah, Yoshi and Cinder were on good terms. Same with Buff. They have no bad blood between them at this point. And here's two streams where I support my model sister Buff Puff's game development endeavors by playing her games on my stream, telling my fans to support her too because she was my friend. Yep, I remember that. Same with that one. Red messaged Nano to support her about her stream that day and about other projects. Oh, and that was 2023, late 2023, and this was earlier this year. This was not too long before Sinner's cancellation. Red messages Nano to support her that stream that day and about other projects. Little Tummy is so good. So glad to have you doing art with almost 100,000 viewers. Now you just have to use your mic. Team Cinder is Team Nano. If you want to draw just in general art of Cinder on stream and use it as Patreon, you can. We'll definitely help advertise. Okay, Red is congratulating Nano and giving her permission to draw Cinder stuff. Got rated, and others too, though. You're keeping people there. It doesn't matter if you got rated. What matters is how many people stay, and just putting a light deadline on the Angel model, plus all the toggles, etc., minus the After Effects arts and Demon Pyro Power logo on October 14th. I'm not sure how raid number works. Okay, we'll have them done until there. As far as the model, pretty much just need the arm toggles to be done. Redacted. Don't forget the mask too. And if you have these done sooner, then great. Maybe we can fit in a Cinder Halloween thing you can stream, just like just like for fun art, for not for gamer subs or debut. I would need to finish the com first though. Right, that's what I said. If the com stuff is done, my brain is limited. The angel art plus okay, could wait until November, like start of the month. Okay. We love nano art. I love you guys. Me when nano. Okay. I really feel involved with you guys. Also with gamer subs. This scares me. We'll get used to it. Okay. Well, that's a whole conversation about commissions and stuff. Red worked with Nano to make sure our projects were spaced to accommodate her. Yep, I just read that. Hey Red, and I wanted to focus on my well-being, so just wanted to let you know in case I don't handle things. Try for the heads up, Nano. Do you think Thank you for the heads up, Nano. Do you think you're still able to do the projects we have? I might be fine if we get one per month, two at the max. Okay, so this month we can do the angel art and next month the label art, then start 3.0 whenever you're ready. If that works for you. Invoice sent. Thank you. Okay. One of my brand new model sisters organized a nano model sister collab with me and another one of our model sisters. I was happy to agree to it and also streamed it myself. Red sent Nano a picture of us together. This was the one we found out about in February on our in real life trip. Babies, this is the cutest. It's a collab. Yeah, right now. Oh, I remember this. This was another one that was right before. Gosh, when was that? Oh no. Oh, okay. This was 2024. Okay. 12/7/2024. Okay, an example of how Nano was treated by Red. Red, I don't think I can do the hair. We're doing preps for moving next week. Them Christmas prep. Well, that sounds good. Congrats. Thank you. We will send pics when we get there. Y'all been a huge part of it anyway. Do you think you'd have time to sketch the short hair so we can figure out a design for it? Oh, another thing, Nano. When do you think you can start and finish after your move? I'll say on the 16th. I can start earlier if I get the time for it. Cinder 3.0 will be NDA. Yeah, I think all the projects on this list are. Okay, I'm sorry. Nano, you won. You are a superstar. I actually won. I can't. If you didn't win, I was gonna write. I mean, all nominees. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. Okay, that's that. Red, I never followed up with Nano about the short hair design I was talking about since it wasn't a big deal. Actually, I won. I can't. If you didn't win, I was gonna write. I mean, all nominees were huge. Who are the secret models? Been doing for a long time. After Nano won her VTubing award, she posted an image of current and upcoming models. She told me who these three models were, with one being for one of the people Cinder praised Nano to. We won Parent of the Year with it. I wanted to show you every model I've done so far. Guess I'll keep birthing. Okay. Alright. Alright, that's a lot of them. Okay. Here are my own messages with Nano after she won the VTuber Parent of the Year. Nano, MEG, holy shit, congrats, you won VTuber Parent of the Year. I'm so proud of you. Best mama ever. And Cinder, thank you. I'm so proud, Mom. Thank you for so much, Cinder. If it wasn't for my incredible babies, I would never win. I always vouch for you. Nano to the moon. Okay, this is in 2024. Late. Almost. This is the end of the year. Another conversation between Red and Nano, as you can see over the course of their messages. Nano's worked with so many other people besides us, and it was never a problem. Red often praised her art regardless of who she was working with. Merry late Christmas, Nano. Hope you're feeling better. Wanted to check in on your work schedule and stuff. Hello, Merry Christmas. I'm still working on the Cinder label, getting a few days of rest after moving in sickness. No worries, it's no big rush. We got lots of other things we can start working on after you're feeling better. Do you have a lot of work outside Cinder work at the moment? Just two projects. Nothing that will slow me down, I believe. What are they? Are you working on your own stuff again? And yeah, my personal stuff, but this can just be done whenever I have time. Okay, cool. So cool. Good luck on working with. She didn't message. She didn't message me. My message wishing Nano luck was about this. Looking for outfit designers. Please link your profile below. Oh, that's right. I recently saw that Mora Kalupi, I believe it was a model or just the outfit. Either way, she did one for Mora Kalupi. That was a big one. These are some designs I worked on, and it would be a huge honor to work with you, Callie. Okay, so she did do her own models, Cinders and Yorchi, and of course Zen. I doubt she messaged anyone yet. I'm saying good luck on her picking you. Okay, thank you. Now, beside the not safe for work model stuff, how do you feel about drawing hentai? I guess just not for safe for work art. I'm pretty normal about it, as in you're okay with it. Or, like, would you want us to give you that kind of commission over something like merch? Yeah, I just draw a lot. Gotta use our nano time wisely. Oh. Models are a pretty priority, though. I'm fine with any of them. I trust you guys using me. We can start on the next outfit since he is done, and after that 3.0. Could be the angel. No, this is probably someone else. The next event in the timeline with Nano was when she and Red made their exclusivity deal. But before we go over that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the first place. There was another person we were constantly working with, and that was Artist One. They wanted to discuss the permanent paid position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did, just like with Nano. Red handled any business related discussions with them. There is more than that. There is more that happened with the artist one in Bow and Silvervale section of the document. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Okay, all right. The first 2024. Okay, this is back in the beginning of 2024. Okay. Artist one message read to pitch him their idea. Also, when you got some time, got some business to talk about. What's up? Okay, so given the past months of pretty much only working on Cinder stuff, the upcoming planned projects of all kinds you had in mind, and the workload forecast in general, it got me thinking if I wanted to pitch an idea your way for you to think about. It's not small, but I figured I'd float the idea your way and see what you think of it. What do you think of the way of changing the way we do things from a commission base to something more in line with permanent salary position? Since some of the concerns that were brought up before were surrounding availability and being able to clone myself. I was thinking that this way I'd be able to guarantee 40 hours a week dedicated entirely to Cinder, as well as flexible schedules and availability to match the need of the team. Full range and my skill set would be at the disposal of the team. So, in addition to the core discipline like animation, rigging, VFX, and the kind of stuff I'd also help out with, stuff like project management, graphic design, merch, photos, web dev, and basically whatever else I can do or need. And since all the work done is as a result would basically be in house, there'd be no commercial rights or else tied to it. Obviously, no need to answer straight away. This is not by any means insignificant, so take the time need to think about it. It's not an unreasonable ask. What would you be asking for a month pay? Like with our editor, we pay him a month to month at a fixed amount. Well, given the wide range of skills, background, and extensive work experiences, I was thinking something potentially in the range of month. I'm also open to negotiate. I'll talk to Cinder about it. Okay, so this artist, which I do understand leaving them out of this, they probably still work with Cinder. So they asked Red about working exclusivity. He brings up all the benefits, which honestly, it makes sense. He can have a steady workload, consistent pay, and yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense why he would want to go exclusive to one person. Plus, that way he wouldn't have to deal with a massive load of work. and it would be a good solid foundation and solid income. So yeah, it makes sense why he would want to ask. And Fred said, "I'll talk to Cinder about it." So yeah, he gave them a price, said it'd be negotiable, be open to negotiate. So yeah, okay, seems fair. Nothing wrong with that. Artist one, first 10 2024. Artist one message read the next morning about our video editor and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the field in the brief conversation read and I had about it. We agreed that if we were going to pay them consistently for the work, like my excuse me, like my video editor, we want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them. I was wondering you have I was wondering the editor you have on payroll, do you have some sort of non compete exclusivity agreement with them? For example, assuming it he can only edit for you and bow or something. It is, and with him it's kind of just a spoken agreement thing. We offered him to be exclusive, but he didn't take us up on it. But yeah, he's just us and bow. Okay, so bow and Cinder used the same editor. Okay. Okay, I was asking because I had some time to think about our convoy yesterday, reflecting on competitiveness in the field and saying at the top, bought on bright. Oh gosh. And I thought that in the it event we do work something out, I'd be willing to offer some sort of VTuber non-complete exclusivity policy on some type of work I do. So, for example, things that are pretty unique to Cinder, such as Model VX works, I'd only exclusively for Cinder. That's something Cinder and I were thinking about too. We didn't really get to talk about it much, and yet though. Hold on, I need to be right back. All right, I'm back. Excuse me. Okay, so this is earlier on in the year, early in the year 2024. Artist one message read the next morning about our video editor and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the field. Excuse me. In a brief conversation read, and I had about it, we agreed that if we were going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor, we wanted to work some kind of exclusivity with them. I was wondering. I was wondering, the editor you have on payroll, do you have some sort of non-complacency exclusivity? For example, assuming he can only edit for you in BAO or something. It is, and with him, it's kind of just a spoken agreement. We offered him to be exclusive, but he didn't take us up on it. But yeah, he's just us and BAO. Okay, I was asking because I had some time to think about our convoy yesterday. Like I'm coming in the field saying on top, brought in by the okay, whatever that was, and thought that in the event we do work something out, I'd be willing to offer some sort of VTuber and I'll come. There's something that's okay. So I did already read that. The next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask now for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano had suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to an artist. Artist one gave him the idea to ask her about it again. In my apology, I said we had come to the conclusion that it'd be best in my best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push onto her, and it was wrong to the creators who wanted the chance of working with her. Of course, we know that it was never pushed. That was wrong. What I should have said was negotiating with her to take on less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned, which, from the messages that I've read and from everything else, that is 100%. Cinder's not lying. Red and I agreed we should ask now to not accept any more brand new model clients, and to not make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched, which that is true. This is what I said about Silvervale in my apology in regards to exclusivity deal. So at the point I was working with Nano consistently, we brought him not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly. If we no longer look alike or have that shared similarity, it was wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better, and that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years, and but no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. I don't know why I said it was a constant topic with Nano or Red pushed it harder for this, other than being overly apathetic. Red had only had a meaningful conversation with Nano in May and July 2023, and two situations that involved her in November 2023 and in January 2025. Which, as we've read before, that is the case. I was overly apologetic. There was only one specific creator we were. There was only one specific creator we were reasonable for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with, not the entire list. I was overly apologetic here, and saying we were pressuring her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silvervale when talking about exclusivity, which he did. The other projects Nano would have reconsidered would have been future ones. Hers was the only named Red and I discussed. As for exclusivity with Artist 1, Red and I only had agreed that we wanted to have it for their work and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. Okay, this is at the beginning of the year. This was when Nano and Red made the exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day, or even knew he had until after they had already come to an agreement without my involvement. Red brought this up to Nano in their private DMs and not in our project server chat where all three of us were. The quotes from my apology above refer to this deal they made. In Nano and Bao's documents, this conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. This was the second of four total times with three different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else. which are all present in this document. In this instance, it was a negotiation for an exclusivity deal. Nana, would you be open to some kind of model exclusivity deal, or are you planning on taking on more new kids? I don't mind taking it, just not sure how to make it a fair deal. I have some ideas, but what do you think? You need to go. You think you need to make it work for you? Yeah, here yeah, I have no idea. I've never been in on this situation, and yet you brought it up first. We read that earlier. I mean, like, if we wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? Maybe you can share one of your ideas and I can check what I think. Okay, so I got some ideas for this, I guess. I was driving. What are you thinking? Okay, so ask for help from my friends. They don't know. It's you, DW. So a monthly fee calculating my earnings. Also, how long would this be? And if this counts for models I already worked on. Well, I think the main things we're looking for. Okay, that is blocked out. It'll be in the next one. What I told Nano we were looking for was exactly what Cinder and I agreed to, not taking on any brand new model clients and not to make any more models or outfits with Silvervale. Existing model clients and artwork commissions wouldn't be affected. This was so Nano would have more time to focus on our projects, and was the only other time since November 2023 and that I ever mentioned anything about the value of Nano's models. The more there were, I wanted to preserve the value of existing Nano models like Cinder, and the more models Nano accepted, the more recurring clients she'd have, meaning she'd have less time for any projects we may ask her to do. To may ask her to four models were the most time consuming things she did. We never considered including and cutting off any Nano's existing model clients, since many of them we never considered including and cutting off any Nano's. And never cutting off any of Nano's existing model clients, since many of them were our friends. Besides Silver, Cinder had always been supportive of anyone who debuted a model by Nano. Well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you not to take on any brand new model clients and not to make any new model outfits with Silvervale again. You'd still be able to work on model outfits with all your other existing babies, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. One of our concerns is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore. And second is that there are a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Second is that there are a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Maybe not any new babies at all. The reason why I brought this up at all is there's been a lot of bias with another one of our partners with certain creators. And we'd rather these creators not have what makes Cinder unique, which is your artwork. Just drama. May I know who these people are? Silver, Bow, and Cotton. Oh yeah, I have Bow on my list. Well, then I brought up this conversation too late. It's okay, Nano. You don't need to make any changes. Are you? You're sure I'm not really down on working with people who Cinder don't want to? So she brings it up again. Yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus none of this can leave our chat. I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did, which explained in her section, and a new Cotton name in there for hurting a friend because I knew she was on Nano's wait list in the past. Neither of them were ever discussed with Cinder, and Cinder strongly disagreed with what I thought about Bao. But if I was going to make a deal with Nano, then I wanted to try to include Bao at the very least. Including their names here was entirely on me. I didn't want them to be able to get a model from Nano, but I wasn't looking to have her cancel anything on anyone. I knew Nano didn't have anything lined up with Silver. The last time I heard she had Cotton down for a model was when she canceled in 2023, and I was under the impression that Bao moved on to another artist after Nano canceled on her first time in August, since that was the last time Nano mentioned it. I had no idea Nano even. Sorry, I had no idea I had no idea Nano even had Bao on her to-do list again. So I said it was fine to leave things as they were when Nano revealed it to me. I did feel bad about the idea of Nano canceling on Bao a second time, even if I didn't want her to work with Nano, and I would have left it there. Nano asked me if I was sure and said she's not down to work with people Cinder didn't want her to. Cinder only agreed to ask Nano about Silvervale, and I did not agree. It did not agree with me about Bao before this. I was using we and are like I would in any conversation with any of our partners. But if Nana was okay with what she wanted, I made sure to tell her now we both felt an overzealous attempt to get even with Bao. I took advantage of that and made it sound like Cinder agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was the only time I lied about anything to Nano, and it was wrong of me to do this. Everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts. My hesitancy and Nano's reassurance were both left out of Nano Bao's documents. I knew about what happened with. Alright. Red, before I continue, Red is taking accountability and says it's the only time he lied to Nano, which, from everything that I've seen, this is the first and only time so far. So Red is not lying. I knew about what happened with Continent and a friend, and I distanced myself from her because of it. But I absolutely do not agree that it was a good reason for Red to involve her. What happened had nothing to do with me, and it wasn't our place to do anything like this because of it. What Red described to Nano below was incorrect theory about Bao making her editor Sacramore go exclusive with her because of Boss Rush music video he made. I knew he thought this was this way in December, but I never agreed with him, and he held it against her. I was completely unaware that any of this was told to Nano. I should have talked about it, but I never did. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I've got a bit of stuffy nose right now. All right. Plus none. Okay. Of course, of course. I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time. While with Silver, she's given a lot of bias and priority as at gamer subs, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it. And plus, she's gone 3D lately. Caught hurt one of our friends pretty bad. Caught hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into. Bao has been getting on my nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor for a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We gotten to know her better being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her since she's already taken our editor. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has dedicated time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's MV editors is also the one that did Boss Rush MV, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. But like model art is the most important thing that's a VTuber's entire image. Again, this is all secret talk. La 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 la. I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao. DW being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Okay, so she brings it up again. She would rather work for Cinder. We love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano, okay? But like, let me tell you the tea about my MV thing. Bao had original songs last year. The MV and editor song flopped. The song flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he loved to work with us, particularly jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze in Bosch Russ MV between his works with Bao. He says he loved working on it and is super excited to work on the next MV project. Bosch Russ song blows up and he's credited as the editor. I ask him what he's free to do next project. All of a sudden, he changes his mind and only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. My comment about Silverale and Gamer Subs was based on our personal opinion about things. We saw Silver using a 3D model predominantly at the time was one way we justified asking Nano this. I didn't say anything about Cinder insecurities about comparisons between them, but Cinder talked to Nano about it, and Nano went to her about canceling our agreement. My message about Content was cut off the second screenshot in Nano's document, but not in Bao's document. I don't know why Nano would do that herself and wouldn't later say to me, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano's message is saying, I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao, DW being Cinder's mom, means a lot to me. We were removed as well, and this was framed as me showering her with love to manipulate her instead of being me responding to what she said, like what actually happened. When I told Nano that Bao's song flopped, it was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motive, uh, motive for her to do what I was telling Nano. This wasn't explained to Nano at the time, but it's explained in Bao's section. Plus, none of this can leave our chat, and again, this is all secret talk, was kept this from everyone, including Cinder. The image of the chat from Nano's document with the message about Con edited out. Of course, I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time. Well, she's given a lot of bass and pros. Cinder, Bao has been getting on our nerves. Okay. Of course, Garfs, I wanted to understand. Okay, hold on. Okay. Image chat from Nano's document about Cinder's about Kant edited out. The image of the chat from Bao's document contained the message about cotton. Of course, I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time. Well, with she's given a lot of bias and priority at gamer subs, sometimes over Cinder, we can't really confront them about it. And plus, she's gone 3D lately. 3D lately, hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into. That has been getting on my nerves. Well, she hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago, and it's constantly picking up artists that we work with, we've gotten to know, and getting her being better friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. We want to try and safeguard our most important artist from her since she's already taken our editor. It means a lot. Doesn't work with it. Doesn't and don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he dedicated time and okay. Yeah, there's a Bao has been okay. Yeah, right here. This whole section right here is been removed. Dear Lord. All of a sudden, he changed his mind and only. There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes. Good. Context since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically, we don't have a MV editor now for our Bosch Rush project. We think Bao will get pissed that the editor did an original song MV for her friends, and and he did 1,000 times better than her original song last year, and that she locked him up so no one else could work with him. And then I had him make it public on Twitter that he was only working with her going forward, a little like a literal announcement tweet. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay, that's super weird. After I finish up two more cons for preps, okay. Now I'm missing a house as is. We'll be adding public. Okay. Oh, it's literally. Oh, it's literally it. This is literally reads like a hostage note. I asked to be a nom. Okay. I was mad at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping her music video editor, Sacramore, from working with us on any music videos. The other things I said about Bao here were all non issue that became illicit grievances after what I thought she did. There are more details about this in Bao's section of the document. It sounded so harsh because I was angry about it and was venting to someone I trusted about something I genuinely believed happened. I thought that if she was going to gatekeep her editor, then I was going to gatekeep her artist. I couldn't see what I thought happened making sense in any other way. Everything I said here, I believed and was true to my observation experiences. They were not lies I was making up just because I now know I was wrong. Nana was the only person I told my feelings and theory about Bao to other than Cinder. Yeah, it's just pretty weird. I know she's been barking up the tree of L our LTD animators. So like, and you and Nano Model. Yeah, looking for me sounds sus for sure. It's so annoying. I don't know, man. Oh, she has a way of guilt tripping people to get her way. We can do a deal, huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. All right. Let me turn on my fan. It's a little bit. She has a way of guilt. We can do a deal, huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. Nano said, "Oh, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever." And then I suggested I pay for her own model rigging in return below, which she discounted from my next project payment. Nano made me an offer to cancel Bao's model that benefited her and was okay with doing it for what ultimately zeroed out to nothing that was not shown in Nano or Bao's document. Okay, this is the next section, like forever, ahem. I'll have a model rigging with, again, so paying for me and I discount from next payment and also would cry if you pay for me. How much? Well, in rigging, when you do need it. I think it'll be around 2 to 3K. She will start later this month, I guess. Is it through PayPal? Yep. About new babies. About new babies, that would be another deal. What about we can pay for you and you don't have to discount it from the next payment and we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think, for this year right now. But you don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silver at all again. Models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or Cotton before. We also have another Gamer Subs label for you to do the AFK. Is there any way to add a little bit more since Silver still asks art every now and then? Nano told me we'd have to make a separate deal for new model clients separate from her proposed idea about Bao's cancellation and her model rigging payment. That deal is what she earlier said she'd want some kind of payment for instead of focusing on new model clients. I chose to focus on the people I listed to her and offered the deal above. She said she wanted to make some kind of payment agreement for her new model exclusivity, which would be another deal. But I didn't refuse to pay her for but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like I like was claimed in the original proposition. Yep, he didn't refuse it, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like was claimed. The original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table, and we were just talking about these three, I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us for she she wouldn't have to pay us for the few thousand of her rigging back from the offer, and I guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with silver occasionally, never with cotton, and only with bow on her model, so she wouldn't be missing out on income we wouldn't be ready to replace. We could do it like when Silver asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like, so you still get a job from it. It do be fair, but okay, can I ask for Demon Cinder figure? I will ask about it right now if you want one. Yay, deal. Let me see what. I don't think they're shipping it internationally to customer for this one, but I'm gonna tell him to get one to you. Okay, this I'm guessing is their company. I'm guessing this is the person who makes the models and the figurines for Cinder. I'm guessing that's what it is. Awesome. What the fuck? WTF is this chat? You're getting a demon figure. Then we have a deal. Okay, just make sure. No work at all with Bow, Cotton Silver for continue giving you model work in various art teams we pay for. Rigging for you, and you don't need to pay us back. You sent a free demon figure. You're sent a free demon figure. Yes, yes. Aye, aye, Nano. I'll have sleepy reference in the other chat for you ASAP. But if you want art, if you want to start AFK label art in the meantime, you can. I don't know if I ever sent the template. I don't know if I have the templates. Wait a minute, LOL. Nano and I went back and forth and negotiating a deal. We both agreed to it, and was a deal made on each other's words, and there was no contract involved. She had equal to say what she want or need out of our deal before agreeing to it. She was fully aware of what she was agreeing to and was completely capable of turning me down if she had chosen to, and I would accept that like that always. But if I knew all along I could just manipulate Nano to do whatever I wanted, like I had allegedly done before, including canceling models, why didn't I just do that instead of making any kind of deal with her in the first place? This was a mutual agreement made between both of us. She made the offer to cancel Bao's model. We negotiated and both of us agreed to the deal we made. But the end of the conversation and the final terms of the deal were never shown in Nano's document. Oh. Also, I didn't refuse to pay for exclusivity like it was falsely claimed in her document. I was absolutely open to exclusivity payment just like I was to Artist 1, our video editor shown in Bao's section, and Artist 2 in Silverveil's section. Nano suggested it for model exclusivity, but like she said, that would be another deal. I moved on from that to focus on the three people I brought up, and both sides agreed to this deal without revisiting the idea of payments again, other than paying for the model rigging. There was no manipulation, and I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. I did and had always have cared about our friends. I was under the impression that what Bao did was against me, Cinder, Tricky, or Vienna, and Cotton hurt another one of our friends I cared about, and I made this mistake in trying to do what I thought was right by them in at that time without considering the people I would affect. So Red is taking accountability and making an apology. Okay. Mm. Uh, After this happened, I was told Nano agreed. She wouldn't work with Silverveil at all anymore. We continue working with Nano on lots of projects like we always done. We'd fully pay for Nano's nuke model rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao had another model that was cancelled. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients, as we talked about before. But I was okay with leaving it as I was told it was. Like I said in my apology, regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in the list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I was only aware of it being about one person who I was unfairly pursuing. There is nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what happened between them. I can't prove it. I can't prove I didn't know something. I didn't Red. I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao. She'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it, though, with how all the business discussions with Nano were through me. And even if she did later, then I would already be gone. It would already be long done. Cinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was more than keeping Cinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mean Cotton's name to Cinder either, since I didn't know how she would react, and I didn't want to find out, and I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her. Shortly after the deal was made with Nano and he told me about it, Red messaged Artist One about our thoughts on the agreement. Thoughts on the thing. We aren't against the idea of paying you month to month. We have a permanent team member. Oh. We, however, we're concerned we will fully. We have a permanent team member, however. We're concerned we won't get the full use of your services since things like project management, graphic design, IT, and web dev may not be or always applicable. And I put project management here because as of right now it wouldn't be like full project management, but more so help with animation and comms with artists like we've been doing. It also depends on what your monthly payment would cover. For instance, with we pay him a set number that includes X videos per month extra to cover just general channel management. So would your monthly pay include unlimited services or only X number of animations, etc.? The pay you're asking for also isn't unreasonable given your skill set, but like I said before, I don't know how much will be applicable to us month to month. So we probably want to be able to go. We won't be able to go as high as your ask. Cinder and I both agreed that some kind of exclusivity, non-compete agreement would be important to do with how much you're working with us. You have the example of model VFX on, but we probably want to extend that to VTuber work in general, including rigging, animation, VFX, merch, photos, work, etc. There are a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable. So if it could be cash by cash basis. Also, is there going also for this no plans at the moment? Okay, give me a couple minutes to go through the points. What would be covered? No set number of things, whatever the needs, working need help with these projects. So in different terms of scope, that it doesn't really make much sense to have those set to arbitrary number. In my honest opinion, like some projects can spend more than a month, like that has over 400 hours, but some other projects are done in like 2 to 3 days, like the mask teaser thing. So I guess the unlimited service is like you put it. Regarding exclusivity, here are my thoughts. I have no problem granting exclusivity for the following VTuber work to be done for a VTuber. Model VSX, model rigging, illustrated model rigging, merch photos, and real life media. When I said there's a few people we compete with that we'd withhold the work from if agreeable. I was thinking of giving them the same names I gave Nano. They had told me recently that they started working with Bao and they worked with Silver in the past. Cinder and I didn't talk about any names to give to Artist 1. For all kinds of illustrated okay, this is talking about the deal with the artist. Okay, so they're going over the exclusivity deal with this artist. The rest, no. Alrighty, let me know where we can go from there. Direct messages, okay. Because Silver didn't like Cinder and I had something against Bao now, I considered Bao and Silvervale competition. Artist 1 didn't know either of our thoughts on Silvervale Bao like what I told Nano. I didn't bother to bring up Cotton's name since she never interacted with Artist 1. This was the third and four total times with three different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone not to work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. The next day, Artist 1, I sent Red a document that laid out everything in their agreement. Alrighty, I've started to write the document and kind of covers everything. Been discussion. Hopefully, help with discussions. Okay, he's talking about the document that was sent. No news on the template samples yet, but they said they might have two things further to send their way. Rest in peace. Okay, redacted. Alright. Yeah. Here, should we also move discussion there as well? Yeah, we can move it there. Okay, so they're talking about more interaction. Okay, so they're talking about that contract. Okay. Artist 1 sent a written agreement to go over as far as I remember. There was a carve out for both Silver and Bao, and I didn't push for it to be changed. Regardless of what I said the night before, they were their clients already and left things open to work for with them. I had them post in our project server to discuss it there and where Cinder could see it herself. Disagreement with Artist 1 never actually happened due to reasons that delayed us finalizing things. Okay, this is early this year. Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Nano canceled the exclusivity deal with Red she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document. Only my DMs with her. Nano faced no repercussions from either of us for going back on her word, and Silvervale didn't lose out on any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red. Hey Nano, I'm waiting to hear from GamerSubs about the label before having you to do more to it. What's up? I'm fine with working on the model. Meanwhile, so it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend to me, and it hurts on me to do this. So I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. So I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I'll understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. Also, let me know if any plans made for so far are changing after this. We still send you the figure, and you can discount the cost from the model. We'll think about what the plans are after our current two projects. Would you agree not to model at least, or is that what you're talking about? Okay, I appreciate the figure. Yeah, I'll think about it. She didn't talk about models just in case. Okay, thanks, Nano. Nano, can I ask what you're working on for Silver? If it's a gotcha. Okay, so Nano went back on the exclusivity deal. Right it says right here, and Red doesn't get mad at her. Nano just didn't have the heart to do it. And Red and Cinder still send her the free figure, and Nano agrees Nano agrees to give them a discount. There is no manipulation whatsoever, and evidently this was left out of Nano's document. Nano, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silver asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano, just like in November of 2023. Silver was the tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver over a week later. I never got confirmation from Nano that she canceled Bao's model a second time before or after she walked back on our agreement. And I never asked, and I had mostly moved on from my volatile feelings towards Bao, and I no longer considered her competition. Even if I didn't have a favorable opinion of her, she was still Cinder's friend. Nano went back on our agreement only a week after we paid for her model rigging in second, third, 2025. The one thing she asked for out of our deal. Okay. Yup, they paid for it. Okay. Yep, that is a pay receipt. That proves it. And of course, NanoList Communal Live 2D model full price. Okay, yeah, right there. They paid her. Nano messaged me the 2nd 11 2025. Nano messaged me the day about her walking back on the deal she made with Red. He had already talked with me about her canceling the agreement specifically to work with Silver on something she didn't mention, Bow or Continent all to me. And Silver didn't lose out on an opportunity with Nano due to this deal. Nano got about Silvervale, and I didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but I didn't say anything and kept about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I. I was content with Nana working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her like always. Quotes my apology. When Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption this was only about Silvervale. I was upset, and my initial message was to her was very guilt trippy. But I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with, and tried reassuring her that I was okay with her decision. Cinder just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only talked about this with Red. Right there. I've only talked about this with Red. But I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Silver's still a client, and it makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of a deal. Just, yeah, she doesn't mention Silver or Bow at all. Just wanted to let you know I still love working with you and Red, but I'll understand if things doesn't work out because of Silver. Just, I love my clients, that's all. I get it, Nano, and it wasn't unfair to push this on you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot, even still today, and it's like I'm always living in someone else's shadow, which is one reason why Red asked about not making any more models for her. And when you said, I understand, if things didn't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano, and it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling. Okay, yeah, that's very understandable. Nano agreed to make an exclusivity deal, and they paid her, they sent her a figure, and Nano, not even little, not even 2 weeks, Nano went back on the deal. You shouldn't have made the deal in the first place, Nano. If I were in Cinder's shoes, I would have just stopped making this. I would have cut I would have cut all work ties with Nano. I would have stopped working with her. I would have told Red that find someone else. I don't trust this person anymore. That is how things should have been handled. But Cinder loved Nano's art too much, and well, we all know how that went. But I mean, it's understandable. Nano does some phenomenal art. She is very talented, but boy, does she have problems. I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Silver. You're so much bigger already. You've done so much more, but I would never give Silver any priority over you. Also, there are not even any models for her being discussed. I just want to sleep clear-minded. Also, I'm fine not doing her models, but at least Gamer Subs art stuff would be fine with me. I don't want to be 100% asshole to her, that's all. Then why did you... Oh my gosh. It's not me, but other people's opinions of us, and I'm just trying not to get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us. But I understand where you're coming from, Nano, that there's no hard feelings. Sorry about this. My mental is just a bit weak. Same. And I'm so sorry for bringing this to you. I want you to get I want you to get that money. The whole situation is just kind of sucky. I want to just get along. I understand if things don't work out, but about this, it would be mostly if you hate me for not burning silver down from burning cinder down from my list. I would never hate you. Thank you, and same. I'm just an insecure. I love everything we've done together, and I want to keep doing more. People saying dumb shit online just makes me stressed. They can suck on mine. You're the best. Thank you for powering through my recent comms. I hope your power doesn't stay out for too long. Thank you. Happy to serve. Also, thank you for talking to me. Sometimes dealing with Red makes me a bit anxious. I'm sorry you felt pressured about this. He's just looking after me. He loves your stuff. I'll tell him to be nice. I understand. Actually can just imagine how busy you are. Just so don't bother much. I I will always have time to yap with you. You the best. It's nice to talk more if you ever need anything. Yeah, same for you. Search for Bao and Con in my DMs with Nano. Yep, there is nothing there. Yep, there is nothing there. So Cinder never talked with Nano about Bao or Cotton. She has screenshots to prove it. 4/9/2025. In our project server, Red was telling Nano about our next model plans after my sleepy outfit debut. Nano, this we're thinking about doing a big update to the demon model next. A new outfit fit on it. Big update, like we did in 2.5 update for the 2.0 model with the new Booba and Charlie. So we'd update some things and add some toggles to it. Didn't you have? Did you want? Didn't you want to redo the demon before we start the angel? I'll do whatever you guys want to. What outfit would it be? We want to update the list. Excuse me. Well, we want to update just the normal demon fit outfit first. The new outfit will be the demon model instead of 2.0 like the rest of them, but it's still being worked on. Okay, but we're still working on design. Okay, there ya. Now we just got an update. Okay, so spoilers. Red saw Nano working on it. Okay. Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. Congrats on Lily model, Nano. Hey, thank you. When did she ask you about doing one? And do you have a lot of other models lined up besides ours? When did she ask you about doing one? And do you have a lot of other models lined up besides ours? Oh no, it's just hers and finish up a few things on. I'll probably stop taking new models after Lily and working with current clients. Gotcha. Was it recently Lily messaged you, or it has it been planned for a while? Since February or March. March. Okay. I asked Nana about Lily and her projects, just like I would any other time. Yep, Red's done this numerous times. And Nano gave me the information just like she would any other time. I thought that Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating Cinder lately. That night I saw Red and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shy Lily, but I didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was hoping with the idea that Shy Lily and I were going to be model sisters. And especially since we're both part owners of the same company, Red. That is true. What I saw on part ownership of gamer subs, and from what I could garner, Lily was is part owner, and from what I could garner, Cinder is no longer part owner of gamer subs. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shy Lily with the way she was treating me and the fact that she was working with Nano. Now, similar to how things were with Silverville. I didn't agree in my mind, Shiley and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately and was anxious about it. The next day, Red went back to Nano and asked about Shiley again and tell her what I've been experiencing with her. These are the last messages Red had with Nano and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs and Project Surfer. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. Everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily at the time is explained in her section of this document. In my apology, I wrote, I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shy Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading the document. It's true, I had confided in Red that lately I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong. But that's as far as it went, and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation above with Cinder because there wasn't anything super meaningful or pressing I thought she needed to know about. Hey Nano, do you have more plans with Lily besides just the model, like outfits and merch or anything? Been just the model so far. Okay. Her asking you for a model recently just made me attempt to. Okay. Made the antenna go up. She's been acting weird towards Cinder lately, and we don't know if something's up. We're asking for something's going on. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Ever since after V card launched, what you consider but what you consider weird, lately dipping out on collabs. They were both part of that last. They, lately dipping out of collabs. They were both a part of at the last minute, and now ghosting her messages. Cinder's raided her a couple times in the past week, and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name. Just like weird petty stuff. I don't know. That's super weird since they both share the same store. Around V-Card's launch, they were both talking about collabs, and I don't know what happened. But her asking you for a model after that was just weird, even though she said she didn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon. Although was kind of mean to her about using L2D item one time. I don't know. I don't know. Hate that we keep bringing you into drama. I don't know. I hate that we keep bringing you into drama. I didn't lie about anything. I said here, me saying ever since after V Card launch was because around then was the last time I remember them collabing and taking and talking to each other. Like I said, I remember Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this. And obviously, Lily changed her mind since then. I don't know. Hate that we keep bringing drama into this. Yeah, I thought it was quite early to go for a new model. Look, a bit menacing, so I don't talk to her. Feels like we're going to have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model, Mama. This is the only time I ever said anything to anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Cinder and at the same time started working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her and at the very least over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder differently, I wouldn't have any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect, and no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it if, about it that Cinder did. Between these screenshots, they were talking about something unrelated. Is it just Cinder and you've been continuous model outfits? We'll have the demon update list. Final card references for you as soon as it's finished. I think it is. I have an outfit for. Okay. Do you know who's rigging Lily's model? Gonna be. That. Thanks now. Sorry for all the questioning. Just gotta stay informed, especially when it comes to our top artists. Take. Never break. Thanks now. Never break. Just don't stress too much with the side things. It's bad for balding. I'm gonna go bald now. I'll keep you in the loop about anything else going on with that. The balding. No, you fools! Just stop drama. Gotta stay competitive even when we shouldn't have to. Also, your profile looks like a guy with a mustache. Don't go too far on the competitiveness. It can get bad. Gotta chill sometimes. Hey, it's not us. I stay informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been that way, and it's never been a problem with her. I should. I said we'd have to stay competitive as a general sense with the entire VTuber sphere, even when we shouldn't have to. With someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend, now acting this way. Also, profile picture is this. What the? Nano? We aren't the ones getting them all. We aren't the ones getting them all from the artists, other GS owners out of the blue and ghosting them and refusing to acknowledge them. Is this you before you start drawing for the day? You got me. Understandable. Me getting gamer subs to start the work shift. Oh, real same. Okay, what do you think would be better? Updating parts of the Demon Mall like we did 2.0 or making a new demon model? I don't know much stuff you ended up doing for the Angel outfit, even though it was going to be used 2D 2.0 as a base. At this point, I'll always suggest new models since pretty old now, but it's your money, your orders. The Demon is the oldest 2.0 model. The Demon is the old. Okay, true. Well, want to update the Demon with new toggles as we had, but also use as a base for arcade stuff. And then do an Ice Demon at the start of the new year. Whatever you guys prefer. Okay, we'll let you know. Nano, we're brainstorming new design ideas. Are there any ideas, themes you'd have in mind? Cinder model? There's no wrong answer. These are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why. If she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason, she didn't ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking her messages. I ne- instead, hold on. These are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why. If she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason, she didn't just ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, implied, or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model. She already started, and I had no intention to. Yeah, from all of the messages and everything we have here, Red never asked Nano to cancel Lily's model at all. He never asked to cancel Cotton, or the only model he really asked was Silverveil, and that was because of the comparison between Cinder, which is understandable. This is the last message in my DMs with Nano. She never replied and never messaged me to talk about things from her document privately. In her apology, I wrote, Nano had also never came to me as seriously and professionally as her document was looking to address the issue she had with either of us or to terminate our partnership. Hi, Nano. Would you want to come on my stream again sometime? Our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. 4/15/2025 and 4/16/2025. 3 days after Red's messages with Nano about Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explaining away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband, Mio, so him being replaced with Nano and Nano coming to the decision out of nowhere made no sense. Made no sense. I was never added into this chat, and I wasn't even aware of it happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. Nano added me to this chat originally since this was the first time I'd ever been in contact with this other person. At the time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat, the Discord messages for adding me into the chat and her leaving were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat, and I was the original group owner. Nanolist commissions. Hello, nice to meet you, Red. I'm Akira, Nanolist's new manager. I'm here to support her with client outreach, and so she can focus on what she does best, creating stunning 2D babies. You may have noticed that she's been a bit quiet lately as part of why I'm reaching out as to apologize for the radio silence. But more importantly, to ensure there's always a clear line of communication moving forward, we can avoid situations like this in the future. That said, I always come bearing some bittersweet news. Nanolis will be taking a break from working on large scale commissions for Cinder. We know this may come as a surprise, and we didn't want to leave you in the dark. This decision wasn't made lightly. Both of you have grown together and share a really special creative bond. The reason behind this pause is straightforward, though not what without complexity. Without the opportunity to work with Cinder has been incredible and quite lucrative. Nanolis feels it's time to expand her artistic horizons. She wants to challenge herself with new styles and creators, and in concern that focus solely on one project might pigeonhole her creativity. This isn't about personal differences, far from it. It's about growth and a pursuit of broader artistic paths. Artistic burnout is real and often unavoidable for those who make a living in their creative works. I'm sure you're quite familiar with. She's been meaning to say this for a while, but struggling to find the right words, which is where I come in. Please, I know this isn't goodbye, just a temporary shift. As I explore new opportunities and works with other creators, we're absolutely open to revisiting collaboration in the future. After all, Nanolist Cinder has always been a slam dunk combo. As for your understanding, during these uncertain times, we urge you to resist the temptation to reach out to Nano directly. This is a difficult time for her as well, and she needs to space to gather her thoughts and moments of reflection. If you have any question or future business inquiries, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm here to help. Kira changed the channel name Nanolist Commissions. Akira messaged this this chat first and renamed the chat to Nanolist Commissions, showing that I didn't make this group or initiate conversation. Akira said Nano was meaning to say this for a while, but everything Akira describes, she never showed anything remotely similar to Nano, was always excited for our projects, including just days before. Hi, Akira. Thanks for messages. The line of reasoning makes sense, and we have been working with Nano constantly for years now. She's been a major part of our brand and why Cinder is Cinder. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt that this is kind of coming from out of nowhere from my perspective, and we didn't hear anything about this from her directly beforehand. If this is the conclusion she came to, then I will talk to Cinder and figure out our next steps. Does this mean all projects we were in talks to with Nano are canceled, including our model updates? I appreciate your help, Akira, and you're helping Nano with everything she does. She can be a bit disorganized sometimes, but it's unfortunate that these are the terms we're meeting into, though. Hey, thanks so much for the quick response. I'm really sorry, but the disorganization on Nano's end, and I totally understand how this might have felt sudden. I'm stepping in to help smooth things out and make this sure accommodate is clear moving forward so we can all stay in the loop and avoid such surprises. As for future commissions, Nano is currently taking some time to recover from burnout, so she'll need a bit of a break. But once she's feeling better, we'd love to revisit the idea of future collaborations. In the meantime, if you have any projects with pressing deadlines that Nano can't take on, I'll personally facilitate any high caliber artist who can handle commissions to make sure Cinder gets the high quality artwork she associates with, so we don't create a roadblock for you. I'm not sure how much she's informed you, but the latest project we brought to her was a small model update to Cinder's demon model she'd drawn in the past. However, I don't think having another artist create new layers on the existing work would be reasonable. The project was intended for launch in June, but if Nano has to cancel that, then we'll scrap the update altogether. As for future project, Nalis or yourself or her on her behalf can reach out to us when ready, and we'll discuss things then. Thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano. Yes, for anything in the immediate future, I'd say until around July, we'll give you a rough estimate. Everything is on hold for now. I totally understand if delaying the project isn't feasible for your end. We can definitely touch base again around the time and see where things stand. If it doesn't make sense to move forward, we can cancel altogether. Whether works better for you or for you is fine for us. I don't think the timeline would work for this project. Unfortunately, looking forward to hearing from you when the time comes. Thanks, Akira. Appreciate it. This is understandable. Sorry for inconvenience. Thanks a lot for being understandable and such start notices. I think Nano really appreciated it. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask. Have a good week. This is so weird. I immediately accepted this decision if it's what Nano wanted. My comment saying Nano is a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. I said thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano, because she was in the chat at the time. Oh, jeez. That's understandable. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thanks a lot for being so understanding in such short notice. I think Nano really appreciates it. If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to ask. I have a good week. Hey, Kira, just asking for clarification here since it'll affect mine and Cinder's plans for the future. Is Nano taking a break from commissions in general for the few months due to burnout from back to back projects, and then things will resume as normal, but maybe with more time between new things? Or after break, has she decided to work with us in the scale she has now now and only take on our project sparingly so she can pursue other things? Thanks for the help. Hey, Red, I think it's still too early to say, but once we resume the collaboration, I believe doing smaller scale projects first take like screens and whatnot would be ideal. Once we get our foot in the door a little bit, it will depend on how Nano feels about it. I believe she'll eventually want to undertake large projects again, but trying out smaller stuff first definitely smarter in my opinion. Well, given the timeline, let's say she is back in July next day, and last thing, after Cinder's Demon model updates was a new outfit. A model project was showcased her recently. It's planning to be debuted in August, and there may be some just enough time for it to be done. I know they're saying this would be the best type of project she want to take on so soon, but if I could get concrete answer from her in this outfit project specifically sooner rather than later would be help us figure out things on our end. And one more thing, were there any other factors from her perspective that lead to this decision inside besides artist burnout? Okay, so Red is getting curious. I'll bring it up with her. I'm thinking we might have a clearer answer by June regarding a potential start date for the Demon model update. If that timing works out for you, otherwise it's probably a bit too early to have that conversation with her. And no, as far as I understand, it's really just a care of artistic burnout and pleasure she feels to prove herself. Thanks, Akira. No worries. I asked Akira more questions and tried to speculate on some kind of timeline with Nano may possibly be to work with us again since this threw off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically if there were any other factors from her perspective that led to the decision besides artistic burnout. Thinking my conversation about Shy Lily with her could have had something to do with this. I was reassured it was just burnout and artistic pressure. Now I know I was right to suspect this. No worries. Akira, should we preemptively be looking for a new core center model artist for anything beyond these projects in the immediate future? In an ideal world, I'd love for you to wait until Nana was recovered from burnout, but I completely understand that's not realistic from a business standpoint. Please feel free to begin the search for a new artist, as I mentioned before. I'm more than happy to assist in any way I can, whether that's facilitating potential arts or helper in the transition process. After all, it's due to us that you find yourself in this inconvenience. I think the confusion came from your initial message, which made it seem like Nana was breaking up with us and wouldn't be continuing being a major part of our team as Cinder's model artist and moving forward if she needs a few months away from new projects. That's completely understandable. and we can wait for her to be ready. And we can wait for her to be ready. We don't want to move on to another model artist if that's not what being implied. What I meant is that we don't know how long the healing process will take. Okay, and it would be unfair to keep you from working on models for the time being. It might be months, might be a year, it's uncertain yet. That is so. What? As long as Nano isn't saying I don't want to be sent as model artist anymore, we will wait for her until she's ready again. Not saying we don't be working on another model project in the time frame, depending on how long it takes. But when she's ready, we will be too. Thanks a lot for understanding. Really appreciate it. Excuse me. Cinder is very distressed over this whole situation after I broke the news to her. Can you give us any confirmation at this time when Nano returns she would be willing to continue making models with her? I'm sorry to hear. I hope she can understand regarding the models. I believe Nano needs to prioritize healing right now. Like I said, it's yet unknown how long it's going to take, but once she feels she can work on a Cinder model again, we can start a conversation about it. It's not by any means off the table. Like I said, it could be months, even a year until that happens. Okay, yeah, I would if I were if I was red, I would have been extremely suspicious of this guy. What? Oh my gosh. I didn't want to move on from Nano, and I said we'd wait for her and change our plans around instead of replacing her as Cinder's model artist. I first told Cinder about this before I said I broke the news to her. Its reasoning Akira gives us didn't make sense. On 4/9/2025, Nano showed no signs of burnout, ready and willing to take on the next project about my new design. We're thinking about doing a big update. Okay, yeah, this is the demon update. Okay. At the And the last thing Nano said to Red on 4/12/2025, she showed no signs of being burnt out either. Okay, yeah, Nano is not showing any signs. The last time Nano had implied she was burnt out from the work in any way was to Red in September 2024, when she canceled a bunch of her projects over 7 months earlier. Yep, she did. After Kira's message, I was heartbroken, distraught, and didn't know where to go from here. Akira asked for Nano to not be contacted, and despite everything, I still respected Nano enough not to reach out. If that's how she felt, Red assured me that things would be okay and that we work with Nano again when she was ready. There was nothing that I could think of as to why Nano would have come to this decision, and without saying anything to me at all, I canceled my fans lease. I canceled my fans stream, and I was supposed to have that night. The fancy stream is canceled tonight. I got some bad news and will be taking the night off. I rescheduled it soon. Thank you for understanding. Here's my post to Fancy. I'm not linking it directly because Fansly is a not safe for work site. The sub only stream is canceled tonight. I received some bad news and I don't have the energy to stream tonight. I'm so sorry to disappoint everyone. Thank you for understanding, and I'll let you know when I stream is rescheduled soon. 5 days later, Red message Kira again. 421. Hey Kira, I've been speaking to Cinder about this on and off, and she wanted me to relay her thoughts since she doesn't feel she could message Nano herself. She's very hurt that Nano has had discussed this with her sooner, and that she came to decision without any warning after all the time they've worked together to now. Seemingly all communication with each other being taboo, not to mention that wasn't included in this conversation. As you know, Cinder has tied her image with her brand around Nano's work over the past 3 years, and regarding the business implication that may come of not working together for her. She's more than just her personality, or she's more than just her personally. This felt like a sucker punch at the time, where other factors in the space were really weighed down on her. Like I said before, we will continue to respect Nano's wishes and don't expect her decision to change. After counting, we both completely understand the burnout with having 13 projects together in 18 months. We just feel like this could have been handled better or compromise made so that both sides could walk away satisfied instead of long time relationship feeling like I was upended overnight. Due to the uncertainty of the future, I've been discussing backup plans in the case that Nano doesn't want to continue working with on other projects. Thanks for understanding and hope to work things out time comes. Hello Red, first of all, I really appreciate you guys giving Nano the space she needs and avoiding DMing her directly. I know it must be difficult for her for you as well. I'm also truly sorry this situation came up so suddenly. Nano had been bottling up her feelings for quite a while, and it unfortunately led to a recent emergency hospital visit due to stress. This has been incredibly painful for her too. Please do not view this as a taboo topic, but rather as a much needed pause. Burnout, stress can be easy to trigger, as well as meaning messages. What? I agreed that I had that I agreed that had this been addressed earlier, things might have gone more smoothly. Sadly, Nana won't be able to express how overwhelmed she was at the time, and what could have been a small break and an open conversation about workplace ended up being something much more abrupt. I fully understand your necessity for backup plan, and I hope the chance to collab again. If this was truly what Nana was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it, she chose not to talk to us at all about it. We still accepted her decision with hopes of working with her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this. She didn't even give us the courtesy of explaining herself after years of working together, and instead sent someone we never even heard of to say goodbye for her. The last message above was 5 days before Nano posted the document. Red and I were together when Nano posted the document at 1:42. She was the first one to post. Around this time, Red sent her DM and saying, "Nano, please, but delete it right at Nano, please," but decided deleted it right after I messaged her. "Nano, can we talk?" but deleted it too. She then removed us as friends on Discord so we couldn't contact her again. Hello, I'm what the um yeah, so they literally tried to discuss this behind the scenes to not bring anything forward, and instead Nano do not send. What do you mean do not send hate? You're literally exposing private messages from Red, exposing things that should have never been made public, that had nothing to do with Cinder, that had nothing to do with Cinder's professional life. And all of the, you exposed you you got the ball rolling on exposing things that were private, that should have never been exposed in the first place, Nano. From every single thing I've read from yesterday till now has proven Cinder's and Red's innocence in any slanderous claims that you guys made. Granted, yes, Red made mistakes, but it was never anything that could have not been settled with with it was not nothing Red had no mistakes that Red had made could not have simply been made simple without a simple private apology and proper communication. Nano was never manipulated by Red. In fact, I would say Nano was a bit more manipulative than anything Red was told, and I'm sure after this whole thing, Cinder was completely distraught, and even it's good that Cinder actually is still with Red, and having a long relationship like that is just, oh my gosh. Anyway, this just this just pisses me off to no end. What on God's green earth? All right, on to Bao. Bao's document for reference: I was hurt personally and professionally by Cinder, her manager. I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend and hurt others, and this was very hard, but it feels instant. Okay, so Bao has always been a great friend to me, and I couldn't own up to being a terrible friend to her when I wrote my apology. I neglected Bao the same as a lot of other friends of mine, more than the others in my closest circle. There was so much I couldn't explain in my apology about what happened between Red and I over Bao that that's all presented below because Red's resentment towards her after he thought she went out of her way to sabotage us at the end of last year, she became a sore topic between us. My partner's opinion on my friends pressured me to treat her differently to avoid any conflict between us. I never tried to talk to Bao about it because I didn't agree with Red to begin with, and I didn't want to start any dramas between us. I was ignorant to the way she felt isolated from me and our friends earlier this year. She was hurting and I didn't do anything about it. I'm so sorry to her for never addressing the problem when I could have, and I'm sorry I made her feel unwanted. I knew Bao had a model planned with Nano. She showed it to me at WeebCon in March last year. I also knew that the model was cancelled in August before she told me and our friends. I was told that Nano chose to cancel Bao's model so she could focus on her own content. I had no reason to ask Red's messages myself when this happened. When Bao messaged me and our friends, I felt bad that I already knew about it. I saw how excited she was about this model, but I didn't do anything to try and help her. I was under the impression this was what Nano wanted, and I've always been on Nano's side about what she chose to work on. As far as I'm aware, Bao didn't have any plans with Nano for a model again. After that, I didn't know it was ever replanned or that Reds brought Bao up to Nano in their exclusivity deal in January. I did not, and I do not agree with what he said about Bao to her then. Bao was recovering from surgery when she was told one of her closest friends betrayed her. I don't know what she was shown or told by Nano and Shy Lily or her other friends involved when she made her decision to make everything public. But I believe she was misinformed. I wish she would have talked to me first, but I don't hold that against her. I never talked to her when I knew Red had a problem with her and I was neglecting her. So I didn't deserve that courtesy back. Bao was encouraged to reveal my relationship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing not to say anything about it before I did. Bao was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a VTuber in 2020. I was lucky enough to become her friend to get to know her. She works extremely hard on everything she does, especially her music. With how much bullshit she's been through, she is one of the strongest people I've ever met. Bao is the kind of person who will always have her friends' backs. I'm sorry that I didn't do the same for her, and for never being the friend she deserved me to be. Red. I'm sorry to Bao. I completely misjudged her character, jumped to conclusions, and made a mistake that not only hurt her with Nano, but also continued to hurt her because of my influence on Cinder's actions towards her for months. I'm ashamed of the way I felt about someone who's only been a supportive friend to us. I was too immature to look past my personal resentment towards her to talk to her about the things that made me feel the way in the first place. I went out of my way to get even with someone and took an opportunity away from them who only hurt us in my own headcanon. I also I also want to apologize to Bao for reassuring Nano it was okay. It was I also want to apologize to Bao for reassuring Nano it was okay to cancel her model last August. I was only considering Nano's feelings and how it would affect us, and not Bao. I'm sorry. Below, we've laid out anything Red or I've experienced with or related to Bao that are relevant to everything that happened. This includes conversations with our, with our mutual video editor, Red's conversations with Nano about Bao's model, our real life experience, and the production of Boss Rush music video with Sacramento, leading up to what Red told Nano in the exclusivity deal. Everything from okay, so they're using the same. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with red. Oh, are highlighted in red. Border screenshots are directly taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Okay, it's the same border format. Hold on, I need to mute myself real quick. Okay. The first time Red asked our video editor about working with us exclusively was a couple weeks after we saw that we had worked with Bao initially. It took them working with Bao personally when I shouldn't have. I thought it must have been because my content wasn't good enough or as good as Bao's in that case. Excuse me. I thought it could be that I wasn't paying them enough, so they were looking for other work. I was upset, but not at her. She was my friend. Red wanted them to have the time to do more of us in general, so he wanted to ask them about becoming exclusive for that reason. Red also excuse me, Red also asked how much they'd be looking to be paid for exclusivity. They turned him down, and I was in. It wasn't a problem. We were both satisfied supporting my friend and with her content. It wasn't only ever our shared video editor that I ever saw Bao as a kind of competition, but it didn't affect how I treated her. In my apology, I said, yes, Red and I were initially upset with Bao, hired my editor, and I took it personally when I shouldn't have. I felt it as maybe my content wasn't good enough or like I wasn't paying enough for his work, but I accepted it and was happy for him for getting that bag and supporting one of my friends at the same time. Video editing. Okay, real talk. How much work would it need to get you? I'm sorry, take your time. Do not think about it. Okay, so they're talking to this artist about video, about. Okay, Red asked Nano about her current projects like he often would, finding about Bao's model. Hey Nano, do you have a lot of models lined up still? Quite a few. Is it for the project? Also need feedback on the outfit change, so I might change the toggles too. No, for the project, I was wondering. I know you were working on in silvers, and for the mythic contacts, said you would be working with one of their clients soon. I'll go get the feedback now. It's pretty much like this for now. Cinder's winter design starts January. Okay, cottontail model, bow model. It's pretty much like this. Oof. My oof reaction in this screenshot was due to the number of projects she had on her to-do list, not about who was on it. This was the first time I had seen Nano would be working with Bao on a model. Okay, yeah, we already read all this. Okay. I was asking a question about Bao's design here to find out if it would be compatible with Boss Rush theme, like a lore outfit. Boss Rush was only an idea between me and Cinder at the time, but we knew what the concept would eventually be, just not who would be included. Just like in conversation with Bao mentioned again. My hedgehog spikes. With hedgehog spikes. They do this in dancing season every day. It's so loud. But I mean, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you. Yeah, thinking on cleaning up most later ones. Okay, so they're just going after the whole when Nano talked about clearing her schedule the first time and canceling things, and this was before Bao's first model got canceled. After Nano said she was rethinking her wait list, I said I won't stop her if she wanted to make more time for us. She responded saying she was thinking about getting rid of later ones. I thought Nano should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing herself. Nano said she was really wanted to work with Bao. Are you designing Bao's? Not sure. We didn't get any specifics since it planned in June. Nano told me Bao's model was planned for June. Yep, right there. Nano asked Red and Bao's model timeline. By the way, since you got plans, do you think it would be best for me to have Bao's model done sooner or later? June is okay. Okay, yeah, I already read this. Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Nano suggests she may get it done sooner than June. Okay. Okay, yep. At WeepCon is where Bao showed us new model design Nano was working on for her. The She Wolf cover song. Bao messaged Red about doing a cover of She Wolf with me for Halloween soon cover. This was the first and only time she went to Red in their DMs to plan something with me. She first told Red this song would be a duet. I have a question. Is Cinder familiar with singing in Japanese? No. Oh, okay, noted. She could definitely try, but I mean, I wouldn't bank on it working out. Nah, it's all good. For Halloween, I'm singing a cover album and was asking around to see who wanted to be part of it. Would Cinder be down to sing a duet with She Wolf with me? She's streaming, but I'll ask her. By Shakira. Okay, okay, word. I'll be super flexible. We could change the key. She does She doesn't have to sing any lines she doesn't feel confident in, etc. She messaged Red again later, now telling him that Numi was involved. Red asked me about this, and he told Bao that I said I was down to do it. I also said she could have just managed message me about this, and I don't know why she didn't. Red asked her to clarify if it would be just the two of us, like she said, or three of us now, but Bao never responded. Yeah, but yeah, no rushing getting back. Actually, JK, the producer said he can take my commission. Do you mind asking Cinder if she's down sometime soon? If not, let me know so I can let Numi know. It'll just be us two. I think she's down. She said she could just message her. Is the song just you and her, or is Numi doing it too? From what your last message said, lol, or is Numi doing a different song with you? I know it's super early, but do you have any release date in mind since it'll be for Halloween? Are we doing any kind of MV or promo art, or will it just be the song? And just curious, how many songs are you planning for this album? 3 days later, Bao messaged me to add me into her project server for the thing. This was the first thing she said to me about it. Red never told me Bao said anything about Numi inclusion in the 3 days. Since and only told me it'd be a duet when talking to me about it. Numi being included wasn't a problem at all, and the three of us did the cover song. Come in here. We planned the She Wolf in here. It's just you and me and Numi. Wait, I thought it was just the two of us. Maybe Red didn't tell me everything. Bruh, it's you, me, and Numi. I told Red that if you didn't want to join, then I'll just be me and Numi instead. Oh, he told me you said it was duet. I was just confused. I just thought it would be cute if three of us did it because Numi has her kitty from form, and I want to be my puppy form, and you are wolf. Meow. I'm sorry. Okay, so all right, nothing sus there. These are Red's DMs with Nano leading up to when she canceled Bao's model. Okay. Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut, so she planned our schedule around it like we've done in the past and other people she worked with. It was the end of July and he thought her model was already finished. The last time Nano had mentioned to him was in November, and she told him she planned to have it done in June. We saw the design at WeepCon in March when Bao showed us. Okay, I already read all these. This explains everything. Nano told Red that she Nano told Red that she canceled it. Red didn't realize that, and then they're talking about the angel outfit or angel model. Cinder's angel model was booked for October. I was also excited for what I thought was a model she was making for someone else. No. Model not for. Oh, Nano, could you give us the update? Okay, so they're going over this. I've already read all this. Told me she didn't Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commissions form so she could do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand and work with Cinder until we chose not to anymore. I encouraged her and offered my help. Okay, yeah. No, I'm just okay. Yeah, I read this yesterday. This was early on. They're joking around with each other. But I'm like, I'll work with you until after she dumps me. Well, we know it was the other way around. Now it'll probably be like 150. Okay, so this is all going over again. You guys can go in my previous video when I went over all this. Now it brings up the idea of canceling models first after expression she wanted to do her own thing and that she honestly would if she didn't feel committed to them. Okay, yeah, I already read all this. Didn't start Bao yet. Okay, this is when Red found out that Nano didn't start Bao's model yet. This was Nano saying it. Red had nothing to do with this. I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't even been debuted yet because I was under the impression Bao was already done. Nano told me that her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her that we'll find a new mama for being busy was a joke. Like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. Alright, yuck. Read all this already. Do you think Bao would. Okay, yep. I read all this. Out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? She was already considering canceling it on her own. This was a huge difference from how she felt about Bao's medal in November. Yep, I remember reading that. I told Nano that I thought she should do what's best for her. Less model work meant she could do with what she wanted sooner, and we help with streaming. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so I thought she'd explain and guilt trip Nano. I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked her to cancel Bao's model or any of other model. Nano told me she was already thinking about it, plus canceling a VTuber's model, so this wasn't just about Bao. Nano could have said any one's model, and I still would have said the same thing if this is what she thought was best for her, and her doing so agreed with how I thought about more. Nano's model, she told me Bao's model wasn't even been started either, and I assumed that it was done. Must have been the design. I was closer to Nano than I was to Bao, so I was supporting Nano with what she wanted to do over telling her to keep any project she was already considering canceling. None of this context was shown in Nano Bao's document. No, it was not. Anyway, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I just had to go take a leak. Was it supposed to. Was it supposed to be further in the future, or they wanted it sooner? No, no. Okay, this I've already read. Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model projects like they talked about before. He didn't. He did not name anyone. Hey Nano, do you know if you're able to start Heaven Hound outfit early or not? Also, just wondering if you decided to cancel any other model projects. Yeah, checked with the other clients and can't delay them. Didn't cancel anything yet. Okay, he didn't ask about anyone. He asked because Nano had said earlier that she canceled projects, and Nano said she didn't cancel anything yet. Actually, give me another moment. Okay, yeah, I remember reading this from earlier. The reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she had canceled anything was because it could possibly affect our project schedule with her. Nano said she didn't cancel anything yet. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then she told me to give her a moment about it, and she told me previously there were at least two models she was considering canceling. Yeah, I remember that. There were unrelated messages about my own project. they were talking about between the screenshots. Oh dang, Cinder can make some crazy mashup like that. I'll sure I'll do summer first right now. Okay, so there. Okay, I've already read all this too. Meanwhile, could you give me a full list of angel model? Uh, I bumped Nano again after about 6 hours later, and she said someone was replying to her now. Yes, yeah, I can ASAP. It's not you, Nano. I'm just between like 20 projects and in real life things right now. I'll give you a list when I talk to Cinder. Let me go do that for you. It's okay. I know y'all just live in a rush. Did you cancel models? I did not. Another 20 minutes later is when I say to Nano, did you cancel models? It was all in caps because the previous message sent, and in fact, I still hadn't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't, and I said to her, arc of doing, arc of doing what she wanted to do would be delayed far in the future, joking with her like I always had. Nano arc delayed to 2026. I'm scared to cancel a bow. Okay, yeah, here it is. She says, I'm scared to cancel a bow. You shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember showing it to us at WeebCon. Yeah, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. Don't sell you so short. Okay, yeah, this Brett is trying to give her tips and stuff, but yeah, Nano brought up to Bao. And Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explained why she hadn't canceled anything yet. I was not the one bringing up Bao again and didn't specify anyone we had previous talked about. I reassured Nano about it, and I told her I thought she should be at least somewhat paid for the design she made, and the somewhat paid for the design she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this and was the same as I said before, where I thought she complained or guilt tripped Nano over it. Nano agreed with me, then said she regretted opening her other models and applications in the first place. All the lead up to this conversation was left out of Nano and Bao's documents. Yep. Yep. Read this already. This is all just talking about model timelines and getting things ready. Nah, dang nabbit. No, stop it. Okay, dang nabbit. Push the button on my mouse. I don't know. I hate when this happens. Well, no, I read all that. Blah, 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 blah. Yep, went this. Plus, I already read all these things, and all of this was in the Nano document. So, let's see. Out of nowhere, Nano asked me, "Do you think?" Okay, I read that too. That went over that. I'm almost back to where I was. Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with it. Yes, I was the only. Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explained why she hadn't canceled anything yet. I was not the one to bring up Bao again, and I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it, and I told her I thought she should at least somewhat be paid for the design she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she complained or guilt tripped Nano over it. Nano agreed with me, then she said she regretted opening her other model applications in the first place. All of the lead up to this conversation was left out in Nano and Bao's documents. Yep, they were. Alright, I already read all this. 45 minutes later, after Nano said she was able to start Cinder's Angel model right away, when earlier she said she wasn't able to and had planned to start in October. This was all. This was all Red told me in our DMs right after he talked to Nano. Nano's able to start the Angel model right after the summer fixes and dances. Yay! Okay. Later that night, Red told me Nano was going to cancel Bao's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTubing career. He said he would help her out and that Nano was able to start my Heaven Hound model earlier now. I felt bad for Bao because I saw how excited she was about the design. She showed us in person, but I was under the impression that this was what Nana wanted. She was my friend too, and I wasn't going to pressure her into doing something she didn't want to do. I didn't see Red's messages and only knew what he told me. Excuse me. If I really wanted the Nano to cancel Bao's model for some malicious reason, and I knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation, why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it? Okay, yeah, so Red is just going over the whole thing. It's like, yeah, he could have canceled Bao's model months ago. Instead, dear Lord, Red messages Nano and asked how her conversation with Bao went. Hey Nano, checking on the arm stuff. Okay, I already read this. Nano said she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, I asked how it went. If Bao's design was done and model wasn't even Nano told me it wasn't, then I don't think it was a problem if Bao could just take design to another model artist. Hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's debut window when Nano told me about it. The whole situation was wrong. The whole situation was wrong of both of us. Nano shouldn't have asked me what she wanted to do with her own other commissions. I shouldn't have weighed in on what I thought. I'm sorry to Bao for my actions, and that this has happened at all. It was after this when Bao messaged our group chat with our friends saying that Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been better friend to Bao and at least tried doing something for her, but I didn't. Small Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule is too hectic. After I posted my apology on 4/27/2020, Bao tweeted this, talking about her model being canceled last August. It was a standalone tweet, not as a reply to my apology, and not quoting it either. How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where share my okay, yeah, I already read all this. I was aware that in that instant Bao's model was cancelled, and before she said anything, I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere, and I didn't say anything about it in my apology. I was not aware of Red's giving Bao's name to Nano in this exclusivity negotiations in January 2025. We're This is what I said. Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement, and I have no knowledge of Bao and Cotton's being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. After Bao posted, I messaged the one friend that I could get a message to since she had already unfriended me, and I had no way to contact her. Red and I had feelings falling out that night, and the documents dropped, and we didn't live together anymore either. So I had no way to address his DMs myself to back and see everything he was saying and doing, make sure it was right. All I had to go off was what Red told me in August about this, and was posted in Nano and Bao's documents. And now Bao's tweet after my apology. I didn't know if she ever got the message, and she never reached out to talk. I told this friend that I didn't know the model was canceled because of Red's conversation with Nano, and no, that I didn't know it was canceled at all. I just saw Bao's tweet. I have no way of contacting her, so if you could please have her reach out for us to talk, it would mean a lot. I didn't know her model was canceled due to Red's conversation with Nano. I know it's hard to believe I wasn't informed in every conversation he was having, but he had a lot of control over comms without consent approval because I trusted him. We don't live together for me to make we don't live together. For me to make sure everything he was doing was right, I'm sorry to you and all the girls. Let me ask her if it's all right for me to pass the message forward, and if so, I'll copy pa- paste this directly. Is that all right? I'm sorry, sorry. This is the same message. This is the same friend I messaged before about Red and I. Sorry, I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm so upset with everything. In Bao's tweet, she said that before her model was canceled in August 2024, they were close to begin Live 2D rigging, performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close. To begin Live 2D and rigging, and to now find out that just the day before we know from previous messages. Oh, and right here, and in Nano's document, it said that Red asked me to cancel on one of the closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work in mid-progress, followed by saying Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao, neither of which actually shown or true. Right here, didn't start Bao yet. So, the date of this 7/26/2024. Okay, yeah, the dates don't match up. Red asked me um, Red asked me to cancel on one of the closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid progress, manipulating me into thinking it was okay since she has many connections, and she'll be fine. Anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about it or worry too much. It was and is upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the mall I had planned with Bao, which, from all the messages and all the context that we have and the evidence, this is a downright lie. Red never asked Nano to cancel Bao's model. Never. And heck, she didn't even start it at that point. So both of them are lying. A little over a week before Bao's model was canceled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. And as you've seen, Red never asked Nano to cancel Bao's model, which is true. How could it have been canceled mid-progress and close to being rigged? It can't. And if it wasn't started and if it was close to rigging, why would Nano have ever considered canceling it instead of finishing it? I think Bao would have said if her model was canceled mid progress in her messages to me and our friends if it was, instead of just that she was dropped a client. Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule was too hectic. In Bao's document, she said there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not Nano had the physical and mental capacity to continue her model. Going to be a live 2D illustrator after she finished both the design and base model sketch. There was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad as I had only teased a screenshot of the model sketch, which lines up with what Nano said to Red and how Nano repeatedly overbooked herself, but was never shown anywhere. Here's these screenshots again, just to prove a point. Bao saying there was a back and forth also could imply that Nano already approached her, saying she may not continue her model before August 5th when Red messages Nano. Also, Red didn't contact Nano to specifically to contact Nano to specifically check on Nano canceling Bao's model like was claimed. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other projects she expressed interest in canceling that Nano previously mentioned. Of course, we have the date and of the screenshots. The second time Red asked our video editor about becoming exclusive was after the other editor had stepped down from working with us on August 5th instead of finding a replacement. We wanted to see if they could have the time to fill the gap in between content left behind, plus any extra videos they be available to make for us. Red offering them a raise, but they turned him down and we moved on. This had nothing to do with Bao. Okay, yeah, I remember reading this earlier. Yeah, this had nothing to do with Bao. It was just a whole thing. Artists and crafts. Hey, I remember this. This was cute. This was last solo collab with Bao. 8/27/2024. This was the day on my last one-on-one collab with Bao. She had asked me to make the clay animals together on 8/3, 2024, and it took us 3 weeks to get materials delivered and finally scheduled it. We ended up making VTuber mascots. I was happy Bao wanted to do some artsy together, since I had already did my own crafting streams and I wasn't able to do hand cam crafting collabs with other VTubers very often. Okay, hello. Can we do a hand cam stream where we make clay animals together? I'm so bad at sculpting, Emilio, but that sounds like it would be fun. Okay. Natural a third. Okay, so this is late 24. Natural disaster. Bao released her original song, Natural Disaster, featuring our friends alongside her. This event is here because of what I watched Bao say on her stream, either on the day of the song was released or something in a couple weeks before then. She was talking about how difficult, frustrating, and time consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on music projects, and that she would rather work with V singers from now on who know what they're doing and can match her high skill level. This where her closest friends she was talking about live on stream. I couldn't find an archive VOD of the stream anywhere to prove this happened either. What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends and how I felt about it. Again, miscommunication and assumption. At the same time, Bao knew me and I were working on our She-Wolf cover. Red told me this and it made me anxious about the song. I felt like it had a lot of pressure on me to do well. I barely had any singing experience and wasn't anywhere near Bao's level, but she asked me to be a part of this and I wanted to do my best for her. Alright. Oh gosh, I need to stretch. Hold on. Oh gosh. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Okay. TwitchCon 2024. Okay, this happened late 2024. Okay. Excuse me. Red. There's three things that happened at TwitchCon last year that further formed the opinion I had of Bao. The first night there, Cinder, her friends, and I went out to dinner somewhere nice. Bao was supposed to be there with us, but never showed up. It was the first chance close friends had to see each other in months, in person, away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone presented was talking about her not being there. One of her friends was telling us that they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked about them having a music video to go with it. The song this friend was making with Cinder at the time was planned to have a music video, but they weren't planning on having one for the song with Bao. Content song with Bao. They said that Bao got upset with them, guilt tripping them over their decision about their own content. This reinforces what I had told Nano about Bao. The last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up getting sick and stayed behind. The group chat while they were figuring out where to eat. Bao said that she wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats. She had to just spend time with the friends. Neither Cinder or I have access to this group chat anymore. At a party at TwitchCon was where we met Sacramore, Bao's video editor. He came to me and said he'd love to work together and to make a music video for me, which is why Red would ask him to make one for Boss Rush. Sacramore Boss Rush music video. Since this was this happened in late 2024. Since this was the first time Sacramore had been mentioned here, Here is a document for reference. Feel free to read if you want. Go show love and support to both Nano and Bao, though. I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend. Red reached out to Sack after TwitchCon about a music video project, which was the one for Boss Rush song. They discussed it over the next week, but Sack couldn't fit it in the schedule at the time. You wouldn't happen to be scheduled for MV in a week or two, would you? Oh, I'm completely full every day this month, and earliest I could do is November 9th. Just checking, thank you. No problem. I'm 100% down for one after the date, though. Sorry to bother, but do you all know the exact release date? Since I could try working something out to fit it in if you all want. By the 22nd ish. Okay, is it alright if I let you all know 3 days this month is dummy busy and with trying to get Bao's album original done? Sure. Thanks. We'll let you know ASAP if once I chat with Bober. Hey Red, thanks for waiting. So been trying to figure out if there's any feasible way I could slide Cinder into schedule this month, but between moving in my new apartment and this week and with Halloween album, 7 MVs, I think November 9th is the very earliest I can start. I'm very sorry, but if there's any projects after that date y'all would like me to do, I can lock y'all in Canada 100% again. Very soon for inconvenience MVs. I think November 9th is the very earliest I can start. I'm very sorry, but if there's any project after that date y'all would like me to do, I can lock y'all in my calendar 100% again very soon. Sorry for the inconvenience. How long does it usually take for you to edit an MV? This one took 3 days. By the wheel. Okay, cool. Just for reference. But depends on complexity and length. So optimal would be over a week. G for rush. How would you feel about me giving you everything for MV now, work on it in between your other projects, and have it in time for the end of October? I really would love to be able to squeeze y'all in. Absolutely would if I could, but generally don't have any days free until November 9th or the earliest this month, and start of November. It's literally just an ass beating for my schedule. Okay, thanks though, Zach. You're missing out on a good one. Okay, yeah. Red accepted Zach's reasoning, and that was it. There are two things that happened during our trip in Japan with our friends last year. Bao got mad at another one of our friends for something happened at a restaurant with a rude owner. She got pissed and yelled at and belittled our friend when they did nothing wrong. They confined in Cinder and I afterwards, and we were very upset over it. But it was fine because they said that's just how Bao is. Everyone got together for what we called Canadian Thanksgiving dinner since it was a few days earlier. It was the last night of all the friends would be together, and just like TwitchCon, and again, Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way, and then sometime later said, never mind, she's not coming. We were all aware this was the last time we'd all see each other until 2025 after TwitchCon and Japan. I was pretty convinced about how I thought Bao viewed and valued her friends outside of making content together. I experienced these things in Japan and at TwitchCon too. I was put off by them in the moment, but I didn't think about them beyond what happened. Alright, I need to mute myself. I need to blow my nose. Alright. After getting back from Japan, Red messaged Zach again about Boss Rush music video since the planned release date was pushed back again. These are all of their DMs over the course of the music video production. When was it you were free again? Things have been pushed back a lot. LOL. November 9th is my last MV for Bao until like first week of December, I think. When is Cinder coming out again? Coming out now? When it's ready. LOL. To be honest, I'll probably start on it day or two after I wrap up the Bows and V's in that case. This song has a lot of topography, is that something you're good with? Can I hear can I hear it? If not, no worries, just so I can get an idea. Yeah, it's in English. Is it English? Topography is one of my stronger points. I feel like so I'm 100% comfortable with it. Holy 9 minutes! This isn't the song. LOL. Just a reference. Oh, lots of animated text with different fonts, but yeah, that's fine. It's just one still image she is using for artwork. No, I can send you more detail in a week or two. Yeah, that should be good. Just when you got more info, but I'm super down. Hey Red, Bao's song got pushed back so I can start Cinder as soon as I get the assets and things if you're all down. Still down. Are you available? Sorry for getting back to you so late. All good. I'm still 100% down to do it. I would be able to start like the first or second week of December, like mid December release, if that's okay. We were hoping end of November release. Oh, yeah, that would be impossible for me. Giga full at the moment with like 7 other vids this month. Like I said, I'm still super down to do it. I just really hope to be able to work with Cinder on the video, but my schedule is always super packed, fully planned weeks and months ahead without much wiggle room. So just I don't know what you're doing or feeling. What if we pay you double? I can hear the song demo. Just can I hear the song demo just so I know what I'm getting into? Fine, I'll leakers, but it's top secret. I offered to pay double for Zach's work because I knew he'd be tight deadline and was desperate for his help. Zach was one of 2 music video editors we knew, and the other would have been able to pull off this video in this timeline. Zach's music videos will always come out great, and this project needed to be the best it could. My lips are sealed. It's an original song. This is an earlier version of it with the placeholder vocals and a couple outdated lyrics. The final version is being worked on with new vocals. And I'll cook. Song's a banger. Sounds like doing the audio, right? When can you have it to us by? I can send all the assets. My direction and lyrics change tonight. Beside the final mix, which is still up, yeah, it's them doing it. I'll start on it on the 16th, 17th, and the latest. I have Bow collab video and in real life content, and I can move around, and I want done by then. I don't know exactly what exact date when it is done, since I'm gonna just have to giga grind on it. I'd say the absolute deadline is like the 27th, and after any edits, changes Cinder may ask for. Oh yeah, it'll be done by then. Well, maybe the 28th. I want to have it done by the 25th latest. Can it get uploaded the night before? But the 24th is my goal. 24th to the 25th would be perfect. Since I have Bow original song due on the 30th, you can send the invoice to whenever we'll get it paid ASAP. Alright, is it fine? If I do it after the video is done, helps me stay motivated. Sure, sure, no problem. Here's the driver link of the animated artwork. It'll go over 9 gigs. This is probably a better way to do it. XD, all good. Can I get credit list? Well, I'm rethinking about it. In general, we wanted to do something similar to this large rap video. The lyrics and video. I'll send the lyrics reference where it more in depth and showing syncing. Cinder, Tricky, Vienna vocals. How they want to be credited, but they're doing everything else. And UMB. Alright, sounds good. Hey, Red, just checking in to see. Hold on. Hey, Red. Hey, Red, just checking in to see if I could get a draft mix of the song with Cinder, Tricky, and Vienna vocals, as well as an updated lyrics sheet so I can start on it as soon as possible. We'll get everything I have to you today. I only have a draft mix with Cinder and Tricky at the moment. Tricky's vocals may be changed. That works for now as long as it's in the same realm. And similar to the final scene, we'll go ahead and Cinder's part. There's also a couple more animated variants I'm waiting on. No stress, appreciate it. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Here's the latest mix I have. and this specifically for the group art background itself, and three girls separated from it. So we wanted to start with the group shot and then panning up silhouette and with glowing eyes, which we like is a separate laser video if possible. Then each of them will be solo during their respective version of their background. They also have multiple variants change halfway through. Okay, so they're talking about the Bosch Rush video. Sounds good. I got some brainstorm ideas. We'll hop in early tomorrow and send you all something in about a little over a week, hopefully. Help me out since this is going to get really complex. The group animations are updated in the Drive folder. Sounds good. Thanks. Okay, so they're talking about Bosch Rush. Waiting to see if there will be any edits. I have an idea. Okay. He's talking about the levels of the video. Two things. Do you... Alright. Alright. What Cinder says would say I'm putting my busy bussy into this one. Holy shit, it slows down because of his RAM, not because it's actually like that. I was gonna say this is gonna be so good. Show the girls I'm gonna cry. I also noticed that you're keeping shots of them literally up at their face, like I said. You can pull the shots and lots of presets to trust the vision. There'll be more varied poses in the stuff. One of viewers. Okay, so they're continuing to talk about Bosch Rush. Okie dokie, I'll make. Okay, maybe without the credits text though, like the song and group name. Okay, dokie. Okay, they're talking about Bosch Rush getting credit and stuff like that. Okay. Like the song and group name, write the song and group name and the Cinder Tricky Vienna yours and credits just for the teaser. I'm gonna see about getting you into the music without this. Excuse me. Without the Cinder at the end, so it can cut into the teaser. Sounds good. Once I finish Cinder's verse and the chorus, a big chunk of the video done since Tricky won't take much time from how I imagined it, and Vienna will have a couple parts that will be the time consuming, but a couple chill parts should have Cinders finished up in like 2 days. Probably day and a half though. I'll have more music for you soon. Okay, here's the videos and stuff. Probably by the end of Sunday, Monday morning. It shall be done. Alright, they're talking about deadlines. Okay, that is redacted, probably for good reasons. They're talking about more about videos. No worries, brother. Can you send me PNG files for the merch? Dope, thank you. Sorry, Vienna's verse today. Okay. Boss Rush. Merch renders and logo for the ending. Available until 12/12. Okay, thanks. Alright. Just her verse is a longer render than the whole She-Wolf video. Oh my goodness. Does that say 40 hours? Yes. Yeah, my MVs are very PC heavy. Low key think I'm gonna get a new one though. That's probably a good idea considering we may sign you up again. Or y'all hate it and y'all unfriend block me. We'll see what happens. uh Okay, yeah, I remember when this. Thank you. I'll probably replace it. BG. Okay. You have creative control. How's it coming, Sack? I'm almost afraid to ask. It will be done on time. 11 a.m. Vienna's part only has 6.5 hours left. Nah, Tricky took literally an hour, and Vienna will be less. What did you do to Cinder's part then? Jesus. It's something with my PC, like Cinder's the most complex by a lot, but no shot it takes that long. Gotta find a new PC. I did cook the F out of it, Cinder's part though. Okay, my PC can't handle my MVs after Bow's music video album training arc. Oh boy, so he is talking about the computer. You did nuts. Everyone loves it. Thank you so much for grinding this out, Zach. The fans are gonna go crazy for this song. Okay, so they're talking about the song. Oh, also, do you have a trailer? It's okay if you fell asleep. I can change a few things, probably. Are you sure? Okay, so far, sorry, what you're able to do. I'll get a chorus back and change Tricky's eye colors and oopsies fixed for sure. Okay, trust me, I've heard. Pretty smooth. Okay, so they're talking about the computer again. Okay, they're talking. Zach, can you edit the invoice to not require the address? Oh yeah, sorry about that. It. Okay, so they're talking. Okay. All right. All paid. Okay, so they're talking about him being paid. We'll have another project for you soonish. Okay, not that soon, but still. Thank you for again for your work on this one. Okay, so there was no issue. Zach did a great job on the video. He grinded, got paid. What's the problem? Bao's comment on Bush Rush song. My new music group Bosch Rush premiered our first song at the end of in November. Red and I were going through the comments and we both saw Bao's. He didn't want me to like her, so I gave in to just satisfy him at the end of the day. It was just a comment. After the past few months, I had a pretty solid opinion on how I thought Bao viewed her friends. So I told Cinder she shouldn't like it. I was also persistent about it, so she listened to me. It was very petty of me towards a friend showing support. Sometime between these dates, Bao started a group chat with both Red and I. We were both removed from this group, so we don't have access to what was said. As far as remember, she wanted to do something together. Red was admitted to me about not wanting to plan anything with her at the time, so we didn't. Bao's never messaged us like this before, and this was right after Bosch Rush popped off. Another two friends were involved. I wasn't opposed to doing things with her completely, but the timing was suspicious to me after the past few experiences with her. And as I saw this as her trying to gain something from us, so I brushed her off. What stood out to me is that she addressed Cinder specifically as the lead singer of Bosch Rush. Hold on, I gotta take another leak. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. 11 days after the music video was finished and released, Red messaged Sack about another project for February. He said he was working exclusively with Bao. He said he was working exclusively with Bao going forward. In my apology, I said, and yes, I was also upset when Sack, the Boss Russ MV editor, had told us that he won't be working on any future projects with us. Excuse me, and would instead be working exclusively for Bao. But Red got it into his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened, and seemingly held a grudge against her. For it, he was very passionate about Boss Rush and the potential future projects around it. But he told me without an MV editor as talented as Sack, the future projects wouldn't reach the same height. So he created this headcanon that's laid out in these DMs. You want to do MV for February? Hey, bro, I'm sorry, but after January 2nd, I'm closing down all my comms indefinitely, and waiting, going completely in house for Bao. I thought you were down to do more. To be honest, I really want to, and it's generally very hard for me to say no. I also really feel awful about saying no, but also I do have other things in life, and I need to prioritize since the path I'm currently on does not get me does not get me to it. It is more just personal things and my own goals I need to prioritize. Last time I spoke to Zach, he said he was honored to be part of Bosch Rush project and was looking forward to the next music video together. Everyone loved the video he made and it was already nearing 500,000 views. I didn't know Zach well at all, so I had no real biases to know how he actually felt. And but I just couldn't understand his decision coming out of nowhere. I thought you were down to do more. To be honest, I really want to, and it's generally very hard for me to say no, and I really feel. Okay, hold on. Alright, well, I'll let Cinder know. She's pretty upset and disappointed, but it's what it is, I guess. Understandable, and I'm very sorry to be the one to cause these feelings, but I also need to do what's best for me this year. And I definitely wish you all the best in the future and will be cheering y'all on from the sidelines for sure. Thanks, Zach. Godspeed. Cinder wanted me to ask, is there any goals or projects can help you with? She just confused about why it's so hard for you to turn down more projects when you enjoyed the last one and did it so well. I appreciate you asking, but not really. That's not really a point in me just doing freelance anymore. Just the only growth in it now is just scaling my prices to stupidly high rates because about money that much. I need to focus on building my own platform community if I want to see the next stage of growth for myself. I'm going in house with Bob because she has by, been my day one in support, took a chance on me, and when I was little nobody living in basically poverty and want to do whatever I can to reply her kindness and how much she's done for me. So I'd like to focus on her success as my client friend, and I'm also doing it because I want to take the option. I want to take the option away from me of working with other people, so I actually have to be serious about reaching my own personal goals with my content. I'm not sure what you mean by your personal content. If you're just working with Bao, I mean, this kind of came out of nowhere since you seem pretty eager to work with Cinder at TwitchCon, or even after that last project, especially since it did numbers. But if that's how you feel, then we won't try to change your mind and respect your decision. Thanks again for work, Zach. Good luck on your goals. As we were messaging, I was going back and forth talking to Cinder about this, which is why there's gaps in time in my response to Zach. By the by the end of our conversation, I was suspicious of his reasoning. Right after this, Reds messaged our video editor about music editors and what happened with Zach. They're close and works with Bao and her other editings, including Zach. Do you know any MV music video editors besides Zach? I don't know any other personally. Okay, was joking. What happened? Nothing. We can still contact him. I guess Zach is only working with Bao going forward, even though he was excited to do more after this SMV. So now we gotta find someone new. Bosch Rush did pretty crazy numbers, and we want to keep up the high expectations for the next one. I'm not saying you need to go look for some editors. I was just asking if you knew off the top of your head. I know he's been wanting to make his own videos for the past year, but got caught up in doing a lot of editing work, so I guess he's really wanting to focus on moving forward. I guess so. Our video editor gave me the same reasoning for Zach's decision as he did, and I should have taken it as fact by then, but I didn't and still thought something else must have happened. Zach told me he was going exclusive with Bao because of his own content and goals he wanted to prioritize in his position as a VTuber editor. Video editor. As a significant amount of time, I just didn't understand his vague reasoning or what content community he was talking about. This was just 11 days after Bosch Rush premiered. I'm going in house. Okay, talking about that. It was this message from Zach that made me suspicious of what his actual reasoning was going for exclusive.
with Bao.
Oh, with Bao, he only said all this after he pushed about his decision, and this was only days after Cinder and I turned down Bao in the group chat where she called Cinder the lead singer of Boss Rush. Because of my experience with Bao over the past few months, I had confirmation bias. I convinced myself Zach was doing this because Bao must have guilt tripped and convinced him to not work with any other than her, including Boss Rush. And I was mad that this wasn't even just against Cinder and I, but Tricky and Vienna too, who I cared about as much as Cinder did. Confirmation bias is cognitive bias, a type of error in thinking where people tend to favor information that confirms their existing beliefs, expectations, or hypotheses regarding whether that information is true. This means individuals are more likely to seek out, interpret, and recall information in ways that reinforce their existing views while downplaying or ignoring evidence that contradicts them. Okay, they actually give um they actually give an explanation on what confirmation bias is. Okay. Another thing that hasn't been mentioned up until this point is what Bao thought of her own music throughout the years. She would talk publicly in her Discord server about how depressed she was about her own songs, about how nothing she did was performing well, and guilt tripping her fans about not liking them or listening to them due to the low view counts, ignoring her supportive messages like it meant nothing to her because the numbers didn't reflect them. She wanted to quit music entirely because she thought her songs performed so poorly. The only songs of hers from last year that I could imagine she considered successful were Miss RGB, Natural Disaster, and She Wolf cover, all of which including her friends. When I told Nano that Bao's songs flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivating her to do what I was telling Nano. Music that had dozens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands views, wasn't good enough for Bao. Although it didn't elaborate on any of that, Tanano, in my own opinion, all of her songs performed fine, if not great. I don't know why she needed views to validate music she made. If it was something she enjoyed doing in the first place, I know how this reasoning sounds when you just look at what my messages to Nato said, and it doesn't look good on me. We were, we were banned from Bao's Discord server, so I don't have any evidence to show this happening. I don't know if Bao's messages about this still exist, but I know there's plenty of Bible buddies out there who would remember this. Bao's TMJ, she talked about it in her document, had nothing to do with anything I said to Nano and wasn't something I even considered. Another similar instance I remember happening in Bao's server was in Cinder's birthday last year when her, Bao, and their friends were playing Jackbox games together. Cinder was streaming and invited them to all play. And Bao was streaming her end at the first but abruptly ended not long after starting. I checked her Discord server to see if anything new had happened. Bao was chatting in public channels saying her Discord server to see well, saying her CCV was too low to keep streaming and no one cared about watching her. Her community was trying to encourage and support her, but I remember she replied to fans saying something like "Stop fucking talking" and them all that telling them all that nothing she did mattered. This is how she was talking directly to her fans, supporting her, and well, in a collab on her friend's birthday of all days. More concerned about her numbers rather than having a good time together. I don't know if these messages still exist either, but about her music wasn't the only time she berate herself in her server and guilt trip her fans about it. Her part of the full VOD from 924 reference. If that is true, since they don't have any evidence to back up, that is a really awful mindset to have. One thing I found while putting this document together was this tweet from Bao earlier this year on 3/15/2025 that indirectly supports the above. Bao said she was struggling with an unhealthy work life balance. Like us, she wasn't enjoying content creation, implying she was too focused on the numbers and what she did was never enough for her. Sorry, I'm okay. Oh, sorry, I've been spotty with streams, just trying to take better care of my mental and physical health so I can do my best self for you all. Long boo-hoo, but wah 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 big baby ramble. Learned a really hard lesson about work-life balance last year. I sang and talked until my little jaw fell off and had to start physical therapy and get vehemently trigger point injections just to be able to chew food properly. Jeez. Chronic pain, constant migraines, life hit me fast at some point. The fear of falling behind and being forgotten outweighed all the joy and fulfillment I was supposed to feel as content creator. Was a really bad cycle of going way too hard, having a take a break, rinse and repeat, and never really feeling like I was getting anywhere. And if I did, it wasn't enough. I think I saw my family a grand total of 2 times last year and barely called home. Kept telling myself I'd call back, but I had more missed calls from my parents than callbacks. It's really scary coming home and seeing my parents get visibly older. It, it felt like I was constantly running out of time with every aspect of my life, and when in reality I just had to reelevate how to be an actual human being again instead of a machine. But good news, I'm in the gym. I'm a gym girly now, and I try to phone home twice a week. And I think creatine is slept on for girls. Always thanks for reading. I'm just a boober, and I love you guys. Moi, this is the year I get my shit together. Okay, so that backs up what Red was just saying. She also spoke about her jaw pain in this tweet. She mentioned in her document this is not something I had ever considered and had nothing to do with my opinion or actions towards her. In late 2024, I was dealing with debilitating. Okay, so that's talking about the both knew and always wanted my friends. Okay, she's talking about the jaw pain. Okay. With everything I had seen, heard, and experienced with around Bao past few months, all added up, I had come to the conclusion. Bosch Rush song came out and was performing great right away. Bao was upset with her own music performance throughout the year and who really cared about numbers. Saw how well the song was musically, inexperienced friends made was doing. She also found out her video editor, Sack, had made the music video for it. These made her upset. She messaged Cinder and I about doing something together in the week that followed, calling Cinder, the lead singer of Boss Rush, but we turned her down. She was also turned down about doing a music video with another friend recently who was guilt tripped about it and now was refusing to make content with her made things worse. She must have spoken to Sack sometime after about how depressed she was over all this, guilt tripping him and about everything she'd done for oh gosh, done for him into working with anyone else going forward. When Sack told me why he made his decision to go exclusive, he emphasized how indebted he was to Bao, which would make sense if he was guilt tripped into this. Sure, there were times before this that I thought Bao could be whiny and pushy, but I never had anything against her before. Now I was convinced how selfish and only cared about her friends when clout was involved. And it intentionally screwed us over out of jealousy of her friend's success. The things that were never a problem to me, like her working with some video editor or the past year and a half, suddenly became an issue. Everything I saw over these few months showed a pattern of behavior that led to this happening. I thought I was crazy for being the only one to see this, and with all her friends always giving her behavior a pass because that's just how Bao is, I couldn't possibly think her editor just decided to go exclusive with Bao right after Boss Rush just because he wanted to. And Bao had no involvement in his choice. I was completely unbelievable. It was unbelievable to me that someone would just do that to themselves with the way this perfect storm of events lined up. If that were a greater explanation of reasoning behind these clients and Bao's actions, I in Bao's actions, I never knew about them. I formed my opinion on what I did and experienced like everyone else. It wasn't it wasn't founded on jealousy of Bao, and it wasn't just making things up to lie to Nano about her for no reason. But at the same time, I never sought out the truth and never talked about it. I was mad at her, and I already decided that she what she did, and I thought that if I did bring it up, she'd just lie about it no matter what. I had thoroughly brainwashed myself into thinking there was no way this wasn't the case. But as I now know, I was wrong. Misinterpreted the situation, misjudged Bao's intentions due to my confirmation bias, going as far as to disagree every position in every positive reaction I had with Bao, or any of the good things I'd seen her do just to fit this narrative. I jumped to conclusion and doubled down without ever trying to find out if this was really true or not. But with every little thing that happened, I was so sure that this must have been the case, and I held it against Bao. It was stupid and immature of me, and Bao didn't deserve the way I thought about her or my actions that followed. And Bao didn't know about the music video Sak was working on for us. I was wrong while going through my messages for this document. He said as much to me when I first asked him by doing the music video. From the time he said that and became exclusive, it had been over 2 months, and we'd gone to Japan, and I handed conversations with lots of other people every day. I forgot about it, and I thought Bao was unaware of him working with us. There was no conversation at the TwitchCon party we were at when I can remember Bao being part of, while talking to Sack specifically about working together. She was there talking to us at different points, but not at the same time as that. Thanks. I will let you know ASAP once I chat with Bober. Yep. Also, I'm not sure of what they're on about with Bao not knowing about me working with them. And since I asked Bao with Cinder and Red standing right next to me at TwitchCon if it was fine, since I had to agree to do all the Halloween album, but would probably miss one of the songs she had no problems with at all. I want to say I'm so sorry to Sack for the pressure I put him under while working on the music video, and overwhelming him during the holidays with what he was experiencing at the time. If I had things better planned and finished sooner, there wouldn't have been such a time crunch. I also wanted to apologize for the hostility and my messages to him where he told me he was closing his commissions. It was his choice to do so, and I shouldn't have distrusted him. Okay, so Red is taking accountability and apologizing. Argument with Red. Red came up with his theory about Bao and brought it to me. This was a verbal confirmation, so I have no evidence of it, only of the evidence around it. I didn't believe Bao would pressure her editor just to hurt us. I was upset about not being able to work with Sack again too, but I told him we just have to find a new editor when confronted with her actions over the past few times we saw her. I said they were a big deal. Red was persistent, and I went through his evidence over and over until I got mad too. I caved in on the YouTube comment, and I understood what he was saying to me, but I didn't agree with his conclusion. I was already stressed out because of my new model debut in 3 days, and I was hosting the VTuber Awards pre-show the day before that. That's where my Fansly announcement would also be. Another thing I was nervous about doing it all. Now Red was telling me how he knew one of my friends had purposely done this to me. I definitely told him it wasn't true and to get over it. Red told me to ask Bao about it, but I didn't. But I told him to, since he was the one with the problem, I had to collab on another friend's channel the next day that included Bao. Red wanted me to cancel it last minute, because she was involved after I had already made an announcement about it in my Discord earlier. I'm doing Christmas Confession collab on the channel tomorrow, Friday, September 10th, and bow. Pyropup, use this link to submit confession and make sure to check off that you're Pyropup. Okay. I didn't want to hear it. Got upset and just went to my bed from the stress of everything because of our fight. I was asleep and missed the Okami sequel announcement. I tweeted about it when I woke up. Oh yeah, I remember this. OMG, I was asleep and I missed Okami. It's getting a sequel. I'm so happy I'm gonna cry. Okay, I remember this timeline because I was actually streaming the. I was actually I was actually watching the Game Awards on a stream on another channel, and I remember on how big of a deal Okami was, and immediately I looked for Cinder's reaction because I thought she's probably watching it, but I couldn't find anything. And yeah, I saw that tweet, and yeah, neither of us ever talked about any of this, even after just days earlier she had started a group chat with both of us. It's my fault for never trying to clear things up when I had the chance. I just wanted this to go away and keep the peace between me and my friends. My apology, I said I wasn't convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao about these things directly to clear things up and letting it spiral to the point it got to. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put in my head. I wish we would have been able to talk about this. Regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, I was still friendly with her the couple times I talked with her afterwards. She was still Cinder's friend. I asked Bao for advice about something work related in December, and the last time I spoke to her was the end of the year when her, Cinder, and their friends were dealing with something else going on. Getting even with Bao wasn't something I ever thought about doing until the opportunity to come up when going Nano about exclusivity. The collab with Bound Friends, 12/13/2024. Okay, I remember this collab. I was at my friend's collab the next day with Bao. Bao messaged me afterward apologizing for something that happened on stream. I didn't see her message right away because of everything I had going on that weekend. I replied at the VTA pre-show was over. I thought about saying something to Bao and about what Red told me, but I didn't, and I didn't want to start anything over what I believed to be nothing in the first place. And I had a hard time talking about things in general. I trusted Bao, and I was still mad at Red, and my new debut was the next day. Okay. Bao is apologizing. Sorry, I've been so busy with awards and debut, but don't worry. Collabs can be really socially draining for me, so I zoned out something too. So you're not totally. So no, you're totally fine. Oh, thank God, I'm watching right now. I voted for you in every category. Also, fansly sweep. Wait, let me send you something useful. I've recommended this website, and they've been so crazy. I appreciate it. Okay. One told Red that they're working on Bao now. Since you got the Fansly out now, I'll try to finish the bikini after Bao's projects and before. You have a Bao project now? Maybe paywall stuff though. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere if that's concerned. No, it's not that. It's just not the first time Bao's picked up one of our regular people we worked with. I'm glad you're getting that back. I was actually that referred me that had idea who I would think. Talking about your editor, our editor is one of the only one. It's not. It's not. Blah, 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 blah. Artist I Artist one told me they were working with Bao now. This was the only few days after I spoke with Zack and Cinder, and I had an argument over my theory about Bao, the other regular people we work with. I was talking about here was Nano from when she was working with Bao earlier this year. I told Artist one that it wasn't a big deal. They were working with her. Artist one never knew my thoughts on Bao that were told Nano January 2nd. I was mad at Bao, but I wasn't planning on doing anything about it. It was only when I went and asked Nano about exclusivity did I have the idea to include Bao's name in a way to get even with her. Sacramento, okay, this is late 2024. Sacramento made his announcement about working exclusive with Bao. This was the same day as my Heaven Hound model debut. After I finished up more comms for peeps, I'll be shutting down my comms forever and adding anonymously in house for Bao VTuber freelance has been fun and got worked with lots of really cool people, but I'm putting myself and Bao content as my only priorities for the future. I asked to be anonymous since I'd like to be separate from being known as freelancer. As far as I'm aware, Zach was already basically exclusive to Bao to the same degree our video editor was to us, if not more so. For him to do a complete 180 in under 2 weeks from Boss Rush release was unbelievable to me. He put his exclusivity with Bao in writing publicly and was asked to be completely anonymous without being credited going forward with no reason other than he wanted to. I just couldn't believe there wasn't more to it. If I didn't, and I didn't know if Sack ended up making any of his own content, like he told me since this happened. Recently, Sack opened up his commissions again and is apparently not working with Bao anymore. The very thing that sent me over the edge about Bao last December didn't seem to last. Sack. Huge announcement. I'm opening up my video commissions again, availability for hire. MVs, highlight, thumbnails, and portfolio works in a thread down below. DMs for rates and inquiries. RTs very much appreciated. Good outlook. Good luck out there, gamer. Be free from the basement. Thank you for everything over the last 2 years. I will be truly cherish all the memories, content we've made. Okay. Like was shown in Nano section, Artist 1 wanted to discuss permanent paid position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red had handled any business related discussions with them. This is where he had the idea to go to Nano about exclusivity came from. Artist 1 messaged Red in the morning after pitching the idea, him, a video editor, and then they said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the field. And the brief work, like my video editor, we want to work with. We want to work out some kind of. We want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them. Okay, I already read this earlier. The next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. To Nano. We should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity. To Nano had suggested exclusivity. Nano had suggested exclusivity to him in September and talking to an artist. Artist 1 gave him the idea to ask her about it again. Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept more brand new model clients and to not make models or outfits for Silverale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano. And I wouldn't be compared to her as she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. As for the exclusively with Artist 1, Red and I had agreed that we wanted to have it for their work, and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. This was when Nano and Red made the exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it the day, or even know he had until an agreement. Without my involvement, Red brought this up in Nano's private DMs, and not in the project server where three of us were this up until Nano in their private DMs, and not in our project server chat where all three of us were. Quote from my apology refers to the maid. Okay, this is the second of 4 total times with different artists I had ever specifically asked to anyone to work with someone else, which are all presented in the document. In this instant, it was negotiation for an exclusivity deal. Okay, I already read all this before. What I told Nano, we were looking for exclusivity with Cinder. I agreed to not talking to any brand new model clients. Okay, this is just going over a lot of things that we already read before. I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did to us, and threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend, and because I knew she was on Nano's wait list in the past. Okay, yeah, I already know I already read all of this. My hesitancy and Nano's reassurance were both left out in Nano's Bao's document. Yep, a lot of stuff was left out. What Red described to Nano below was his incorrect theory about Bao and making her editor Sacramore go exclusive with her because of Bosch Rush music video he made. I knew he thought this way in December, but I never agreed with him and he held it against her. I was completely unaware that any of this was told to Nano. I should have talked to Bao, but I never did. My message about Cotton was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document, but not in Bao's document. I don't know why Nano would do that herself and would later say to me, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano's message saying, I'd rather work with Cinder and Bao, DW being Cinder's mom means a lot to me, were removed as well, and this was framed as me showering her with love to manipulate her instead of being responsible to what she said liked what actually happened. When I told Nano that Bao's song flopped, I was referring to Bao's thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano, although I didn't explain that to her. Plus, none of this can leave or our chat, and again, this is all a secret talk. We was kept was to keep this from everyone, including Cinder. The image of the chat from Nano's document with the message about Khan edited out. Okay, the image shot from Bao's document containing the message about cotton. Uh, uh, Probably sometimes. Okay, it's those two right there. Okay. Oh dear Lord! All of a sudden, he changes his mind. Okay, I've already read all that. I was mad at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping your music video. Okay, they're repeating things from earlier. Okay, this they're talking about exclusivity again. Nano said, "Oh, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever," and then suggested I pay for her own model rigging in return below, which she discounted from our next project payment. Nano made me an offer to cancel Bao's model that benefit her and was okay with doing it for what ultimately zero out to nothing. This was not shown in Nano or Bao's documents. Okay, so that was left out. Oh, like okay, they're going over things again. Now told me we have to make separate. Okay, hold on. About new babies, that would be another deal. Okay, they're going. A lot of this was gone over already in the nano list part. It to be fair, Nano, it to do be fair, but okay, can I ask for a demon cinder figure? Yay, deal. Okay, yeah, I remember this happening in the whole Nano list section. Nano and I went back and forth and negotiated a deal. We both agreed to. It meant deal made on each other's words, and there was no contract involved. She had equal say in what she want or need out of the deal before agreeing to it. Okay, they're talking about the deal with Nanolist again for the exclusivity. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't be work with Silverveil at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects like we've always done. We'd fully pay for Nano's new model rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Khan were ever talked about or included in the agreement, or that Bao had ever. Okay, so this is just going over stuff again. There's nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what happened between them. I can't prove I didn't know something. Okay, I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she'd. Okay, so Red is going over this stuff again. Shortly after the deal was made with Nano, and he told me about it. Red message artist one about the thoughts. Okay, this has already been going over. When I said there's a few people we compete with, we're running into your work from. Okay, this has already been explained. Okay, yeah, this was already. Hold on. 82 and 94. Okay, I'm almost done with this section. And then I was hoping to finish it, but it's getting late and I'm hungry. The next day, Artist 1 sent Red a document that laid out everything in their agreement. Okay, the artist stated, okay, so this is talking about that exclusivity deal again. Is to Safe for Work image? Yeah, sure. Okay, they're talking about going over to Safe for Work channel. Oh, oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Nano 3/10/2025. Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. Conversation with Red wasn't included all in Nano's document. Only my DMs with her. Nano faced no repercussions of either of us going back on her word. Okay, yeah, I've already read this. She suffered no repercussions. Gotcha. Nano couldn't. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silvervale asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano just like in November of 2023. Silver was the tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver over a week later. I never got confirmation from Nano that she canceled Bao's model a second time, before or after she walked back our agreement, and I never asked, and I had mostly moved on from my volatile feelings towards Bao, and I no longer considered her competition. Even if I didn't have favorable opinions of her, she was still Cinder's friend. Nano messaged me the next day about walking back. Okay, this is just talking to Cinder about the walking the back. Okay. Searching for Bao and Content on my own DMs with Nano. Okay, she's showing the evidence again. There's no DMs of Content or Contents or Bao about Nano to Nano in the DMs. So she's giving she's giving that evidence again. Last messages with Bao. These are my last messages in my DMs with Bao. Hi Pookie, Practical Jokers and some community members reference them. I think the whole cast got outed for talking to younger girls or something. Oh boy. Yeah, I saw that Joe allegations a while ago and it's just spiraling. Oh no, I know you'd like the show. I Oh no, I know you like the show. I'm so sorry. Being a bad friend, compromising with Red and Bosch Rush Roll. Hold on. Okay, it's almost done. Being a bad friend, okay. After our argument in December, Red and I didn't talk about Bao again until sometime after my Heaven Hound debut. He pressured me to not interact with her professionally anymore. I wasn't going to agree to that, but I didn't want this to cause problems between us at home. Bao was a friend that lived across the country. I only saw every few months, and I already didn't do things often with. I lived with Red, so I chose to do just enough to keep the peace. Finding a middle ground between us, I didn't plan anything with Bao one on one, which we already rarely did. I didn't raid her in the times I was able, and I didn't retweet artwork or of us together on my Not Safe for Work Twitter account. Red didn't want to include Bao in any Bosch Rush related either, including collabs. It was wrong of me to push my feelings about Cinder's friend onto her and expected her to essentially cut her off initially in December. I didn't want Cinder the brand to interact with Bao at all. I didn't want Bao to be included in anything Boss Rush related either because I thought their music video was the motivation to make Sacco exclusive. I took what I thought happened as Bao acting against all three of the girls to not just Cinder. After my deal with Nano, I considered us even, and by the time Nano walked her deal back, I didn't care to find out if Bao's model was still canceled. I wasn't angry at Bao anymore, I just soured on her. I eased up on my feelings towards her with Cinder as months went by the way things had been was the way they stayed. I was eventually open to the idea of a six-person Bosch Rush song with all of Cinder's friends, including Bao. I was in a group activity with her, and our friends all still interacted with and collabed with Bao like always. I was one of the six of us that often took the initiative and tried planning things for all of us to do together. Hey Cinder, I know it's a bit stressful dealing with girly pops sometimes when our schedule clash, but put so much work into forming collabs and stuff for Boss Rush and Girly Pops. It's probably a bit tiring. I wanted to say sorry about today. My goal is always there for my friends when they need and hopefully make it easier or harder. Sorry again. Have a good stream. Girl, you don't have to be sorry at all. I knew it would be a little challenging. Okay, so Cinder is apologizing with whoever this is. It's blotted out for a reason, so I didn't talk to Bao outside of our friend group chat unless she messaged me first, but the same was already true for her before my disagreements with Red and for almost all of my friends for a long time. Like I explained in the accountability section of this document, besides our group chat, the exception to that was Boss Rush. Since Boss Rush inception in March 2024, I had gotten to be much closer friends with Tricky and Vienna than with other friends. After our first song premiered at the end of November, I chose to focus on doing more together with them. It was much easier to plan things between the three of us rather than all six of us, because of everything conflicting schedules and other things they may have had going on. Boss Rush felt like versions of Bao, Numi, and Charlie's Bikini Bottoms group, making music, collabing together, and doing our own thing outside of plans with everyone. Because of this, Red and I felt like Yuzu was left out. He had the idea early on that we'd like to eventually bring Yuzu into Boss Rush, so she would be included into something too. This idea came before he had ever anything against Bao. Those are all Red's messages in our Boss Rush group chat where he talked about the idea of Yuzu in the song we'd make her with her. The first two messages are cropped because they're part of a long string of DMs that aren't relevant. Consider going on Numi and Bao and Lily their own music thing with Bikini Bottoms. Yuzu is kind of left out from any group project, so I reached out to her to see if she has any Bosch model designs coming up. But anything, if you guys we want to include her in this second song as an addition to the Bosch Rush group, maybe in the first quarter half of 2025. Okay. Okay, these are within days of each other. Okay. The third song is the one that had the idea of bringing Yuzu for with more tone, like brainstorming. They're talking about Yuzu. Bosch Rush 3, 4 with Yuzu for December. Okay. A bunch redacted, so there's no point to me. But, okay, so they're talking about Bosch Rush. Okay. When we would have be looking for a fourth person for our Bosch Rush collabs this year, Red would suggest Yuzu for being involved along with Bosch Rush. Would have led up to her being introduced in a new song. It'd be a hint to the fans the same way the frequent collabs between Tricky Vienna and I throughout the years were intended to be before Bosch Rush debut. But when I was cancelled, we be but when Bosch Rush debuted, but when I was canceled, we still hadn't talked to Yuzu about joining Bosch Rush or doing a song with us. There was only one collab between us for specifically in January, but I did end up playing through Split Fiction with Yuzu in March too. There were 5 Bosch Rush collabs and 5 Girly Pop collabs that included Bao since the start of 2025 and before April. In March, Bao asked me and our friends in our group chat about doing a group song together for the end of 2025. In December, I turned it down, but I would have been willing to do one next year. It wasn't because of Red, and it wasn't because I didn't want to. I had 6 to 7 music projects already lined up for this year, and with one of the most important being Bosch Rush song with Yuzu project for December already. I, I know it doesn't mean much without all of the details of what they are or who they were supposed to be with this, but this was my music release schedule for the year when Bao asked. Okay, third anniversary. Okay, Boshra, second song original song produced by Numi. Okay, so this is Boshra song was planned to include Yuzu song, a cover song I was asked to do with another friend. The Bosch Rush project in August and December were planned to be much bigger endeavors similar to the first song of Bosch Rush song for October. Might have been pushed to 2026 to have more time for December's song, and that's what my focus was on. I didn't want Bosch Rush December release to conflict with the project Bao wanted to do together. I know the time investment needed to put projects together and how difficult it is to get myself to record my own vocals sometimes. I didn't want to sacrifice the plans I already had for this year and to commit to another song even Numi said no to Bao at first because of her own schedule. I was removed from this chat when the documents were posted, so I don't have screenshots of anything from it. With how much more I was doing and planning with mine and Bao's other friends within our same friend group, and because of how I was neglecting her, Bao felt so isolated. Also evident from her tweets in March. My friends are busy. My friends are busy. They don't hate me. My friends are busy. They do not hate me. My friends are busy. They do not hate me. Are busy. They do not hate me. Feeling alone in a crowd room sucks so bad. I know that feeling. We still did things together as a big group, even though I chose to turn down the group song Numi never seemed to have a problem with a few of us doing these things separately, but I understand how Bao must have felt. I wasn't including Bao in any of my own things, and when friends had free time, I went towards our plans without her. Numi said Bao confided in her about me and the way she thought I felt about her, but never did Bao try talking to me directly about how she felt the same way I didn't talk to her about Red's feelings. I was neglectful about and my friendship with her and ignorant of how the things I did and did without her were making me feel. I stayed quiet and gave in to Red, hoping he would move on over time. Never did, knowing what he did and said behind my back. I was an awful friend to Bao for months when she didn't deserve it. Bao posted her document just 6 minutes after Nano posted hers. She had already removed Red and I as friends on Discord and blocked us both on Twitter. I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend. This is the message This is a message 7/12/7/24. This is a message I sent to another close friend at the end of December. Ironically, didn't have I didn't have healthy communication with friends. I couldn't open up to them or talk to them without difficulty subjects. I never spoke to Bao about anything that was going on. In the next section, I go over my lack of communication. Communication hurt Numi too. Oh, jeez. How many is? Okay. What I am going to most likely do is I'm going to read this tomorrow. I'm going to get back from church and do a I'm going to do a third stream on this whole document tomorrow. And I've been streaming for over 4 hours again. Man, there has been so much in this. But it's really been worth it. It definitely shines a lot of light, and there was so much context missing. Oh boy. Nano has a lot to answer for. Dear Lord, what did she tell Bao? What did she. Oh gosh. Bao has had to deal with so much shit, dear Lord. Jeez. And Cinder and Cinder took accountability for everything. Oh jeez. Mm. And a lot of this can be summed up with miscommunication and not trying to contact the other person to get their side of the story. Jeez. Oh gosh. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to cover the last of the document tomorrow. And this is the last of it. And that will be the final, that will be a third part in this stream. Dear Lord, this is 8 hours worth of content already. Worth of streaming. Dear Lord. After this, I do have future streams that I want to do, but those will have to wait till after I get paid when I can get a headset. My recent headset broke. I'm going to announce this. I'm going to announce everything that I'm talking about here over X after I get off. Announce my next stream tomorrow. Anyway, I want to thank everyone that is here. I know there's not a whole lot of people here, so I want to thank you all for being here. I'm going to go ahead and head out, walk my dogs, and get something to eat. So,